never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is set to speak to the Chinese president over the phone Thursday. Coordinator for Strategic Communications for the National Security Council, John Kirby, previews that call on Fox News.
The president wants to focus on those items on the agenda, things like climate change, things like tensions in the Indo-Pacific, things like Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine. That's what he's focused on.
The two leaders last spoke to each other over the phone back in March. The judge in the Steve Bannon contempt trial will consider arguments for dismissal of the case. Bannon is the ex-Trump aide who recently was convicted on contempt of Congress charges for ignoring a subpoena from the January 6th House Committee. It's been the 1970s since someone was convicted of contempt of Congress for ignoring a subpoena. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
President Joe Biden announces he's now able to return to work in person.
I've just tested negative for COVID-19 after isolating for 5 days.
He was isolated after testing positive and attending all his meetings virtually. The White House says he is fully vaccinated and boosted and only experienced mild symptoms. President Biden adds that he's thankful for his medical team. The Democratic-led House Oversight and Reform Committee is holding a hearing with top gun manufacturers to address a recent spike in gun violence and mass shootings. Republican ranking member from Kentucky, James Comer, compares Republicans' approach to rising gun crime to Democrats' approach.
Republicans want to target criminals. Democrats want to target lawful gun owners and take away their guns.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The investigations into what went wrong in Uvalde, Texas after a school shooting continue.
The Uvalde City Council Tuesday said they will investigate every city police officer that responded to the massacre at Robb Elementary School back in May. It's been revealed hundreds of police officers, including federal officers, stood down to a lone gunman killing children. The council concluded everybody, that's Uvalde PD, that was there, will be held accountable for their actions. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A school district in Pennsylvania voted Tuesday to approve a new library policy, allowing the board to control what books are allowed in their libraries based on concerns about sexual content. Many students are concerned about how the policy will affect their education.
What are you scared of? Educated students like me? There's nothing to fear in spreading love and belonging in diverse books.
Central Bucks School District Superintendent Dr. Abram Luckenbrow saying the policy is not a ban and the new policy is aimed at ensuring children aren't reading inappropriate material. Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz is calling on Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin to rescind a mandate that has cut pay and benefits for nearly 60,000 Guard and Reserve troops who have refused to submit to COVID-19 shots. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. That's the way we get things started here as we close out another day, wrapping up a Wednesday. So hump day's in the books. In the Eastern time zone, we will work our way into the 28th day of July, a Thursday. From time zone to time zone. Welcome in, welcome aboard. sit back, relax. We got a full 5 hours coming your way. Hopefully keep you entertained as you put some miles under your belt out there, rolling down the highways and byways, moving that freight around the country. Keep this country moving. Yes, typically we start things off, look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. Finally got some rainfall, enough to actually wet the ground a bit. Much needed rain. And there's more potentially in the offering here in the Ohio Valley. A lot of rain out there tonight, but it's scattered here, there, everywhere. A little bit of rain over in southeastern Pennsylvania tonight. Scattered showers elsewhere in northern PA. Got a pretty decent line of showers and thunderstorms stretching from northeastern West Virginia down through the southeastern portions of the state. Pretty decent line with some strong straight line winds moving into the southwestern portions of Virginia from west to east. More showers back into south central Kentucky around the Kentucky-Tennessee line. Pretty heavy rain in western Kentucky. It's not widespread, but when you're in it, it's torrential rain. Showers, mostly light to moderate, a few pockets of heavy rain. Southeastern Missouri, northeastern portions of Arkansas tonight. Then we get out west. Hey, would you believe it if I said it's actually raining in Las Vegas? Especially on the north and west side of Las Vegas. All that, yeah, these storms out west, they really they blossom up and they don't move a whole lot. So areas that see the rain actually get a pretty decent soaking. A few showers there in southeastern portions of Arizona. Much of Arizona, believe it or not. Let me flip pages here. There's flood watches. This is the monsoon moisture. Looks like nearly the entire state of Arizona has flood watches in place. Southern Utah, a good chunk of Colorado, about the western two-thirds of the state, much of western New Mexico, all areas that could see these showers blossom. And in some cases, we are seeing enough to where there are some flood advisories and flash flood warnings. One of those is actually right there on the north side of Las Vegas. Of course, having been there in the past, the drainage system don't really have the sewage system. Yeah, you notice in some of the parking garages and whatnot, if you get heavy rains, you're liable to have your car get flooded in some of those casino parking garages. But yeah, meanwhile, heat advisories again in the Pacific Northwest, a lot of excessive heat warnings, as a matter of fact, about the eastern half of Washington, northern Idaho, central and northern portions of Oregon. You get down into northern California, southwestern portions of Oregon as well. Those are all excessive heat warnings with the triple-digit temperatures. Break down more on the heat wave out west coming up here. But let's start with the potential. They tell us, they've been telling us for several days, and it looks like the trend's going to continue right through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, on into the weekend, for a pretty broad area of the country, stretching literally from eastern Colorado all the way over into the Virginia. And along that line, this is that frontal system that's kind of ever so slowly dropping off to the south. Excessive rain. Not only will a persistent weather setup continue the risk for flash flooding, urban areas and along small streams, it's also going to lead to significant rises in water levels in some of the secondary rivers in the region. The potential will exist for minor flooding in unprotected areas. In some cases, flash flooding even during the overnight hours will add to the danger. Downpours and thunderstorms will continue to parade, especially from central Missouri to West Virginia and portions of Virginia, right on through the day into Thursday evening. St. Louis, yes, you could see more rainfall after being slammed with an all-time record 24-hour rainfall in excesses of 9 inches officially. That has less than one chance in 1,000 to occur in any given year, according to the National Weather Service. That was back on Tuesday morning. Of course, prior to the deluge, the soil moisture conditions around St. Louis were anywhere from average to abnormally dry. They needed some rain. Pockets of torrential rain capable of triggering flash flooding will remain a risk for St. Louis. Could threaten some other cities from Louisville, Kentucky, here to Cincinnati, to Charleston, West Virginia, later Thursday into Thursday evening. Now, Thursday evening will combine to create rain totals, again, of 2 to 4 inches over a broad area. Local amounts upwards of 8, 10, perhaps even 24 inches could occur along that same zone, which indeed would lead to life-threatening conditions. As some dry air pushes east late this week across parts of the Midwest, the heavy rain's going to be pushed a bit further south and probably going to stall this weekend. There's the question mark. Exactly where that corridor of moisture stalls will determine which areas from Colorado to Tennessee and North Carolina will likely be the hardest hit with torrential rain and flooding potential. The excessive rain with amounts around a foot that we saw in parts of Missouri to southern Illinois, it was over a rather narrow band, only a dozen miles wide. Downpours occurred on either side of that zone, but the flooding in those fringe areas was more isolated, less extreme, versus like what we saw that set up right over St. Louis. We could see similar narrow bands of intense rain and flooding over portions of the southern plains, the Ozark Mountains, the Tennessee Valley, and the southern Appalachians from today all the way into Sunday. Mountainous terrain, of course, can exacerbate the flash flooding issues. So starting later Thursday night through Sunday, there's going to be a long, broad zone of 2 to 4 inches of rainfall from Colorado to eastern Tennessee, western Virginia, and southern portions of West Virginia. Some will see 4 to 8 inches, and that's most likely from southern Kansas to southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. Local amounts may approach up to 12 inches of rainfall. Now, right now, how far to the south will these showers and storms reach? How about Dallas, where you've had a hot summer? Should any measurable rain avoid the city into early next week, that would move into number 2 on the list of consecutive days without rain there in Dallas, surpassing 58 days. Now, that occurred in 1934 and again in 1950. It's possible enough cloud cover will drift into north-central Texas to maybe keep temperatures from hitting that 100-degree mark for at least one day this weekend. It's been hot in Dallas. You've hit 100 or more 22 days. Here in the month of July alone, you had an 11-day stretch, 11 days in a row through July the 26th. And so you could use some rain in that neck of the woods. Now, looking ahead, summer's not over. You're going to get a bit of a reprieve, some cooler temperatures. But as we head into next week, the heat and the dry air looks like it's going to bounce back in pretty strong fashion from Nebraska and Iowa to Kansas, Missouri, into Illinois. Another bulge in the jet stream, which allows more of that summertime heat to surge from the deep south into the plains. Again, we'll take a look at our Pacific Northwest, the heat wave that continues to grip that region coming up here. We briefly touched on it was the same evening we had the torrential rains in St. Louis. There was a big-time thunderstorm cell that suddenly blew up through the Norfolk Naval Station Tuesday afternoon. And damage was pretty extensive. 10 Navy helicopters were damaged. According to the initial assessment from the Navy, the storm resulted in 10 Class A ground mishaps that result in more than $2.5 million in damage, or the total loss of the aircraft. They're continuing to assess the full extent of the damage. No impacts to operational forces as a result of this, according to this statement. Known damages to the aircraft span from broken tail and rotor blades to structural dents and punctures in the airframes. There were no personnel injured by the storm. Helicopters damaged. Had 5 MH-60S Nighthawks, 1 MH-60R Seahawk, 4 MH-53E Sea Dragon mine countermeasure helicopters. According to that initial assessment, the Navy has about 30 of those mine-hunting Sea Dragons in its inventory, according to the most recent data for the Naval Air Systems Command. Yeah, they've been delaying retiring these aging helicopters as the Navy's been rather slow to develop a new airborne mine-hunting platform. At least 4 of the multi-million-dollar helicopters were actually blown over by the winds in that storm. Now, this swift-moving storm traveling toward the Atlantic kind of hugged the southern end of the James River. And big-time winds, high-speed winds across Norfolk's Chambers Field, according to the National Weather Service there. Going back to Tuesday afternoon, the National Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm alert about 3:30 in the afternoon, advising winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Those winds hit Chambers Field about 12 minutes after that initial warning. When you give enough advance warning, any aircraft that would be in the path of bad weather normally get taken into the hangars or tied down. But apparently the timing of this particular storm, it came in when the aviation maintainers were in the midst of a shift change. Most likely the personnel were indoors and would have had very limited time to bring the aircraft into the hangars. Again, I mean, from the initial warning to the winds pushing through, they only had 12 minutes. So very interesting. Meanwhile, around the country, our number, 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of our listening friends who's checking in out of the box just ahead as we work our way into a Thursday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, young Colton on board. First out of the box. Got us tuned in on YouTube tonight. Hello, Colton. I'm thinking summer's winding down here. Grandson was saying, we only got a couple of weeks left and school starts again. I said, I can't believe this summer's just flying by. Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. High pressure pumping. Let's roll. Hello from Livingston, Montana. Todd checks in with 74 degrees. A lot of smoke in the air there. Timothy, 72 degrees again here tonight in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Richard on board from Central Florida, 75 degrees. All right. Hello, Steve, Colton, all the listeners out there. Cookie is on board. She doesn't really want to be. Cookie here. I'm kicking myself for having that cup of coffee too late in the day. I'll be awake for a while. When will I ever learn? But I'm happy to have some company while I try to go to sleep. All right, Cookie, let that caffeine wear off, and you have a great night. But good to have you with us out of the box here. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience on both sides of the equator, as it's good afternoon to Sylvester. 68, clear, calm, a comfortable evening here in mid-Michigan. Looking forward to another great one. Good to have you on board. Hello, Deborah. Morning, Steve. Hope everybody's enjoying the much nicer days. Back to teaching today. Everybody be safe out there, especially my special driver. Have a terrific Thursday. Back to teaching. Oh, boy. Does that mean summer fun's over? Hello to Chevy Guy. Finally, a money load headed for the waters of the Atlantic and the night lights of Charleston Bay. Copy the mail. Roll on, Big Mama. All right, there you go. Like those money loads, huh? Hello, Pappy. 72 degrees here in Harrison, Ohio. Beautiful night. Keep your head on a swivel and watch your six. Hammer down and be safe. Interesting you'd say that, Pappy. I just got an email here a few minutes ago from our listening friend Rockpick. They're in Rochester, New York. I guess this all unfolded just a few hours ago, and I mentioned it because it's another officer killed in the line of duty, a Rochester police officer killed and another injured in what investigators are calling an ambush shooting this past evening, Thursday evening. The police chief says Officer Anthony Mazurkiewicz, a 29-year veteran of the Rochester police, was killed in the line of duty in that shooting. According to investigators, officer and his partner, Officer Sino Seng, were parked in an unmarked surveillance vehicle. As part of a separate murder investigation, there were other marked and unmarked police vehicles also in the area. Investigators say a man approached the surveillance vehicle from behind, hid behind a shrub, firing 17 rounds at the officers from 10 to 15 feet away. Again, Officer Mazurkiewicz was in the driver's seat, shot twice in the upper body. Officer Seng was shot once in the lower body. Also, a 15-year-old girl in a nearby home was struck by a bullet that went through the wall of the home. Police say Seng got out of the vehicle returning fire. Suspect was not hit. They did finally identify the suspect and arrested and charged with second-degree murder. Wow. According to Captain Frank Umbrino, who refused to speak the suspect's name, he was ultimately found hiding in the second-floor crawl space of a vacant home near the scene of the shooting less than an hour after it happened. And I'm thinking this is Thursday. Maybe this was late last week, but I guess the word just finally coming out. Either way, they found a loaded 9mm handgun on the property. That was the gun used to shoot the officers as well as the teenage victim. As the chief said, every day the men and women of this department leave their homes not knowing if they'll return home at the end of their shift. That's the truth out there. So prayers for the law enforcement community there. Meanwhile, who else checks in this Thursday morning? There's Rockpick on board. 73 degrees there tonight. as the city prepares for the funeral of the officer we were just talking about, murdered in an ambush shooting. All right, let's see. Toronto, Ontario. There's Terry checking in with 75 degrees, heading west, and then south to Texas we go. Everybody be safe out there. All right, hello to Kentucky. Ken, what do you say there, Ken? Morning overnight drive crew, Mr. Sommers, checking in from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Got the warehouse getting unloaded, hopefully soon. They charge lumber fees. I still don't get that craziness. But you've got Kentucky Ken on board listening in this morning. Hello to Robert, Kevin, morning Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Be safe tonight, drivers. Hello to Joe Self, morning Steve, and all the overnight drive crew. Pretty warm, 75 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody have a good night. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 77 degrees. Not quite as humid tonight, though. Ran a few errands today with the missus. Got stuff for my trip to Albuquerque. And yeah, it was a hot one today. Did you see where Chucky Schumer basically bribed Joe Manchin so he would agree to the reconciliation bill to once again screw us with more tremendous debt? Yes, we've got the rest of the story there, Buckeye Boy. Indeed, he did. It's an Obamacare climate change bill. You know, the slimmed down, still incredibly expensive climate change bill. Yeah, Buckeye Boy said these fools have got to stop. I've got a long, rough day tomorrow, so I'm going to get some rest tonight. I'll listen into the rest of the show and get caught up on the podcasts while I'm driving throughout the day tomorrow. So everybody have a great night and be careful out there. All right. Major question today for our political leaders. Richard says, will Nancy go to Taiwan? You know, the last time was in Taiwan, he said there was an earthquake. You know, that is still a debate. But we've got an update on that for you as well, making contingency plans. News break into your calls ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Fed Reserve is raising interest rates another 0.75 of a percentage point. Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying the central bank has the tools to turn inflation around.
We are highly attentive to the risks high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective.
Powell adding that consumer spending is slowing down. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is confirming an offer has been made to get 2 Americans out of Russia. Paul Whelan and WNBA star Brittany Griner are being detained there. But Blinken confirmed a substantial proposal was put forward to get them home.
We put a substantial proposal on the table weeks ago to facilitate their release. Our governments have communicated repeatedly and directly on that proposal.
Griner appeared in a Russia court on Wednesday. This is USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship, because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend of work, I have there's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
But I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. EDT will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, Bolt's on board. Bolt checking in, 69 in Worcester, Mass. Clear skies, a nice night. Everybody have a wonderful night out there. Stay safe, all right? Hello, Russell. Morning, Steve. Hope you're doing well. I'm working security this morning. I've got you helping me stay awake tonight. Have a good one, everybody. All right, there you go. Double trucker. Got my fuel, trailers, all aboard for Western New York. 71 degrees. Beautiful night in Lodi, where we all chant, "Let's go, Brandon." Okay. Dallas, Texas. Oh boy, Mead checks in. 96 here in Dallas. Just got unloaded. Picking up tomorrow for Salt Lake City. My son's up in Nebraska. I actually saw a truck blown over there. Thank God he's okay. Everybody, truck safe out there. Hello, Steve. The Buckeye Cobra checking in. Also heading to Dallas tonight. Just got the air charged up. Hopefully it doesn't fail me today. No doubt about it. Everybody be safe out there tonight. Country Bumpkin checking in from Manteno, Illinois. Headed home for the weekend. Drive safe. Overnight Drive Nation out there. Couple more here. Gilligan's on board. 75 clear for now at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Keep it shiny side up. Hello from Indiana. Eskimo Mom on her normal run tonight. But I got started a bit earlier than normal. Got a few clouds, 75 degrees. All right, safe travels, Eskimo Mom. And there's Lauren Weiss just checking in, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 75 degrees in Lebanon, Kansas. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Contiguous Center of the United States. Couple of email. All right, Rambler checking in via email. Hello, my dear friend and brother in Christ. Rambler just letting you know that I'm still here, still alive and kicking. I had a great visit with my brother, Norman Pugh. Actually, first time we ever met. Yeah, he's the one Donovan, or Little Rambler, and I traveled to pray for over the weekend. I couldn't really announce what I was doing because Norman's a listener, and I didn't want to spoil the surprise. Anyway, when I got back, I found out my job had put a new driver or trainee with me to learn my New Orleans route. So he's with me for one more night. So I can't really listen because my attention's focused on training. In the meantime, keep doing a great job with the show, Brother Steve. I'll call in and let you all know more about this wonderful story. So let everybody know Brother Rambler loves them. Loves just not another four-letter word. You know the rest of the story. All right. Safe travels there. Not tuned in, obviously, but Rambler will be checking in probably Friday morning, right? Billy the Kid. Uh-oh. Steve, just wanted to let you know about my recent misfortune. I was unloading in New Lebanon, Ohio. I put my foot wrong, and the next thing I know, I'm off the passenger side of the truck with a 32-foot piece of 14-inch cast iron pipe laying on what was left of my left leg. Long story short, my left foot is completely shattered, my shin bone is broken in 3 places, and my knee has 2 hairline cracks. Luckily, the foreman actually saw it happen. They called for an ambulance right away. I am home now, and it looks like I'm going to be here for like 90 days. I now have pins and screws in the foot and a plate and more screws in my lower leg. The rehab, they say, is going to be intense and extensive. I do have short-term disability insurance, but it's going to be at least 30 days before I get any assistance from the insurance company. I was pretty well freaking out when I remembered I had an ace in the hole. I called Moose, and it took him about an hour to straighten all my business issues out. He offered to oversee everything till I get healed up. I know it's way early in the day for you, but just wanted you to know what's going on. I'll be listening to the podcast, so take care. Have a great show, and I'll check in periodically as I progress. That makes for not a good day, huh? Wow. Sent me a photo. Big cast on the leg. So, all right. It's 844-3388. That's our number. Phone lines are open this Thursday morning. Who was it asking? The question of the day. Is Pelosi going to Taiwan? That was Richard. All right. Update says Nancy hasn't officially said whether or not she's going. But if she does, she'd be entering one of the world's hottest, most contentious spots. While officials say they have little fear that Beijing would attack the speaker's plane, they are aware that a mishap or a misstep or a misunderstanding could indeed endanger her safety. So the Pentagon is developing plans for any contingency, they tell us. Officials told the Associated Press that if Pelosi goes to Taiwan, which is still an uncertainty, the military would increase its movement of forces and assets in the Indo-Pacific region. Of course, they're not going to give any details, but they did say that fighter jets, ships, surveillance assets, and other military systems would likely be used to provide overlapping rings of protection for her flight to Taiwan and any time she would spend on the ground there. Any foreign travel by a senior U.S. leader always, they say, requires additional security, but officials said this week a visit to Taiwan by Pelosi, she'd be the highest-ranking U.S. elected official to visit Taiwan since 1997. And that would go beyond the usual safety precautions for trips to, say, less risky destinations. But yeah, a lot of military stuff would be moving in that case. All right, so there's your update. Our number, 844-844-3388. Jump over to some of our industry headlines here. Right now, the railroad community. Yeah, remember they had voted for a strike here a couple weeks ago. President intervened at the last minute. Was it last Friday, Friday before? I've kind of lost track of time. So we're in the midst of like a 30-day period where they can't strike. And then this is like a negotiation time with an intermediary. And once that 30 days ends, there's another 30 days that they would not be, I guess, legally allowed to strike. But what if John Bendel, one of the contributors to Landline magazine, it looks unlikely, but let's say engineers and train crews strike U.S. railroads. Chemicals, coal, construction materials, crude oil, paper, lumber, auto parts, new cars will stop moving. Wheat, corn, soybeans, animal feed, beer, birdseed, canned produce, you name it, corn syrup, flour, frozen chicken, sugar, they'll all be sitting there. You know, all those intermodal containers with names on the side like J.B. Hunt, Schneider, and Swift will not be going anywhere either. Now imagine trying to put all that stuff on trucks. If a strike occurred, the trucking industry theoretically could see enormous demand due to container and boxcar freight that might have to go by truck. Avery Weiss is Vice President of Trucking Research at the FTR Transportation Intelligence out of Bloomington, Indiana. Dean Croak, Principal Industry Analyst out of Columbus, Ohio at DAT Systems, kind of described things a bit more forcefully. He says it would make the last 2 years during the pandemic pale to insignificance. The volume of freight shippers would try to move would overwhelm all sectors of trucking for the economy as a whole. A railroad strike of more than just a few days would be like an economic heart attack. So when the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen voted by mail in mid-July to strike, the Biden administration stepped in to hold off a strike at least until September. Meanwhile, you've got the arbitrators that have been trying to put together a potential new contract. As I mentioned, that's what we're in the midst of right now. Now, officially or not, the president, Congress, and the U.S. Army always have the power to prevent or break any strike, particularly a railroad strike. They've done it before. It's a pretty good bet that they would do it again if they believe they had to. They definitely do not want an economic heart attack, you think? But the rail workers are fed up. The union strike vote, it passed by a majority of 99.5%. That's not just a little fed up. That's big time fed up. They're being overworked by the railroads, which haven't been able to hire enough people. For one thing, after COVID-related layoffs, many rail workers were reluctant to return, but according to some railroad experts, the current trouble has roots all the way back to the early 1990s, when a guy named E. Hunter Harrison implemented precision scheduled railroading at the Illinois Central Railroad, a disciplined system of rail operations. PSR allowed the Illinois Central to cut its workforce and boost their profits. Over the next 29 years, PSR spread to all the major railroads in North America. Of course, the investors were thrilled, but the rail workers obviously were not. Over time, PSR has resulted in longer, more profitable trains and much longer hours for workers who are actually on call most of the time. According to NBC News, one conductor had to actually fight the railroad for time off to be at his wife's funeral. Now, after years of cutting payrolls and overworking the remaining people, the railroads are struggling to meet shipping demands. For example, poor rail service is stranding containers at locations around the country, including 29,000 empties clogging the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, which we're still digging our way out of the monumental backups from earlier this year. The big shippers are complaining about lousy rail service to the regulators in Washington, D.C. These contract talks have gone on for 2 years without an agreement. So the rail workers, they want change. The railroads, on the other hand, don't. And conceivably, this could ultimately boil down to an actual strike. Historically, though, railroad strikes have been blocked or broken by the government. We'll see where this one goes, but yeah, just what we need in this current economic environment, right? All right, thank you, John Bendel. We'll get to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning, Santa Claus. Haven't heard from you in a while. Top of the morning, Steve. 84 degrees here in Portland, Oregon. As I visit the grandkids for a few days. Next week, I'll be seeing my doctor. I might actually be out grabbing gears again pretty soon. Got some lower back issues. All right, hope you feel better soon there, Santa Claus. Good to have you on board. Thanks for checking in. Hillbilly Tex is on board, out of the box. What's going on, Hillbilly?
Oh, good morning there, Steve. Good day to be a-living, I reckon. Billy the kid, yeah, he tore up pretty bad there, you know. But, yeah, he got an ace in the hole, buddy. Big Moose is, yeah, he ought to be climbing in a truck about now, so he's going to be trucking for a little while.
See, actually, I kind of wondered about that. So Moose is actually going to get back behind the wheel to help him out here for a few weeks, huh? Or a few months, maybe, the way it sounds.
Well, yes, sir, as far as I know. I'm sure Moose will call in a little bit.
Yeah.
You may have to keep him up all night, you know. Keep him awake. He ain't done it in a while, so we gonna see what happens anywho.
Yeah.
Yeah, old Billy, boy, I tell you what, Bill, if you're still listening, we all with you, buddy. So just get better. Do what the doctor says, and everybody just keep old Moose going tonight. It's gonna be a good trial night for him. So. But anyway, Steve, I'll get off here and let some old folks get in there, and we'll holler at you until later.
All right. Well, it's good to hear from you. Ringing the cowbell, tipping the hat along the Big I-75 there in Tennessee. What is it, the 81, I believe? All right. So we knew the interest rates were going to go up. The debate was, would it be 3/4 of a point? Would it be a full point? The odds were 75% of a 3/4 point raise. Indeed, that's what occurred. And the Fed chairman, Jerome Powell, says he doesn't believe we're currently in a recession, citing the fact that job vacancies are still above 11 million, unemployment still near record lows, and hiring has still been brisk, 2.7 million people in the first half of the year. After announcing the 75 basis point hike in the interest rate target, he says it doesn't make sense that the economy would be in recession. Well, I guess it all depends on how you look at things. It's safe to say the National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER for short, the private academic outfit that somehow became the semi-official arbiter of recessions, will agree with Powell. The little gray lines that show up on economic charts to designate recessions are unlikely to include the first half of the year 22. Even if we learn tomorrow, or today that would be, that the economy contracted for a second consecutive quarter, which historically has been the determining factor, right? It should be noted that a lot of people in the first half of 2008 didn't think a recession had actually started. And the NBER only officially said it had at the end of that year. Of course, we had been in it. It is still significant that 58% of Americans believe we are indeed in a recession, according to the latest poll from The Economist and YouGov. Now, if we designated recessions based on a democratic process, there'd be no doubt we're in a recession. This is a recession. The public didn't even need to wait for 2 consecutive contractionary quarters to declare a recession, just like the NBER. The American people feel that a recession's a little more complex than whether GDP is going up or down. The word recession, for most Americans, is a term designating a period of bad economic conditions. So there's a huge disconnect between the way the public thinks of a recession versus the way the economists or the economics profession thinks a recession as a period in which the economic activity falls significantly below its potential, especially if this means leaving many people unemployed. Now, the polling from The Economist and YouGov, on the other hand, says that 44% of the public associates a recession with inflation and price instability, which indeed we all know we've been dealing with that for quite some time. See, on the other hand, economists think that's almost the opposite of a recession. See, it looks to them like an economy that's overheating with inflation and price instability. Just 22% of the public think the best indicator of a recession is an economic contraction. So there's a big separation, a big disparity between what the everyday American sees and feels to believe that we're in a recession. You're paying more. You're getting less for your money. I'll just look at your grocery bill, right? You're paying more for that basket of groceries that has half as much as it had in it, say, a year ago. Of course, we all know what's going on with the fuel prices, taking away everyone's discretionary spending. Can't get as much, can't go out as much. All right, with that, we're up to top of the hour. We'll get our news update. Chevy Guy's on the line. Horse Feathers, I guess he had to take care of some business. He'll dial us back up at some point. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. This Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is set to speak to the Chinese president over the phone Thursday. Coordinator for Strategic Communications for the National Security Council, John Kirby, previews that call on Fox News.
The president wants to focus on those items on the agenda, things like climate change, things like tensions in the Indo-Pacific, things like Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine. That's what he's focused on.
The two leaders last spoke to each other over the phone back in March. The judge in the Steve Bannon contempt trial will consider arguments for dismissal of the case. Bannon is the ex-Trump aide who recently was convicted on contempt of Congress charges for ignoring a subpoena from the January 6th House Committee. It's been the 1970s since someone was convicted of contempt of Congress for ignoring a subpoena. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
President Joe Biden announces he's now able to return to work in person.
I've just tested negative for COVID-19 after isolating for 5 days.
He was isolated after testing positive and attending all his meetings virtually. The White House says he is fully vaccinated and boosted and only experienced mild symptoms. President Biden adds that he's thankful for his medical team. The Democratic-led House Oversight and Reform Committee is holding a hearing with top gun manufacturers to address a recent spike in gun violence and mass shootings. Republican ranking member from Kentucky, James Comer, compares Republicans' approach to rising gun crime to Democrats' approach.
Republicans want to target criminals. Democrats want to target lawful gun owners and take away their guns.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The investigations into what went wrong in Uvalde, Texas after a school shooting continue.
The Uvalde City Council Tuesday said they will investigate every city police officer that responded to the massacre at Robb Elementary School back in May. It's been revealed hundreds of police officers, including federal officers, stood down to a lone gunman killing children. The council concluded everybody, that's Uvalde PD, that was there will be held accountable for their actions. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A school district in Pennsylvania voted Tuesday to approve a new library policy, allowing the board to control what books are allowed in their libraries based on concerns about sexual content. Many students are concerned about how the policy will affect their education.
What are you scared of? Educated students like me? There's nothing to fear in spreading love and belonging in diverse books.
Central Bucks School District Superintendent Dr. Abram Luckenbrow saying the policy is not a ban and the new policy is aimed at ensuring children aren't reading inappropriate material. Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz is calling on Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin to rescind a mandate that has cut pay and benefits for nearly 60,000 Guard and Reserve troops who have refused to submit to COVID-19 shots. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Catch that in the news update there that Biden's going to speak to China's President Xi Jinping. Phone call today, right? At some point. And he wants to focus his discussions on things like climate change. What's he going to tell Xi Jinping? They're not doing a damn thing about climate change. Two separate stories just this week alone that China is actually in the process. They're going to be building more coal-fired power plants. And a couple of days ago, let's see, China's National Energy Administration has approved a coal mine project 3.1 billion yuan, or $458 million project in the country's Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, according to the report from Reuters. This project has annual production capacity of 4 million tons a year, with phase 1 at 1.2 million tons, phase number 2 at 2.8 million tons. The state-run energy agency confirming its approval of the mining project through a press release that they issued several weeks ago. They said the new coal mining site is going to be built in the Banner, or administrative division, of this particular province, which itself is administered by the Inner Mongolia's Ordos city. One of the goals in approving a new mining site was about ensuring a stable energy supply. Surprise, surprise. So we're shuttering coal plants in the name of stymieing global warming, right? Climate change. Everything we shut down, China's adding to their grid and adding to their mining. Last I checked, emissions, it's a global thing. What happens in one part of the world supposedly affects the rest of the world. It's all a wash. We're not really doing anything to affect climate change per se, except putting more stress and demand and price increases on the American people. We're all paying the price. Roughly a dozen provinces across China's north, central, and eastern regions are documenting record high power usage. The spike in electricity demand corresponding with an ongoing heat wave that has tested China's power grid, much like we've been contending with. But they're addressing the power grid by building more coal-fired power plants. Oh boy. It's 844-844-3388. I'd like to be a little birdie listening into that conversation between Joe Biden and Xi Jinping. I bet that's an interesting conversation later today. What's happening, Chevy Guy?
Yeah, Biden be saying, how much am I going to get for that? Oh, sure, you can have this. How much can I get for that? He's selling out America. Okay, the electrified car thing. I think Horse Feathers mentioned it about the buses, and there is something you can do today. Whenever you go to your city council meetings, or find out if your school districts are planning on purchasing electrified buses, that's a one question that really needs to be, have you seen one burn? Have you seen how fast and how hot they burn, and how safe are they to put our children on them? So there is something you can do today to deal with that problem. But guys, it's coming. If we don't get this election, and maybe even after we get this election, to change things, slow things down, it's coming. We danced this before. It's just like Obamacare. You don't hear, all right, you hear a few of them, Jim Jordan, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're going out there, different ones, Ted Cruz, hollering and screaming about the oil companies and, and not going electrified. And okay, but the majority of the Republicans, hey, Democrats are Democrats. You don't expect them to be anything but Democrats. But the Republicans are silent. They're silent, and I would love to know this. I wonder if they've got their investments heavily in these electric cars, like what Nancy Pelosi, her husband, did.
Yep.
I just like Obamacare. While they're up there, the Republicans, it ain't going to happen, we're going to fight this to the hill. Meanwhile, I bet you every one of them had their money invested heavily in the pharmaceuticals and in the insurance industry. because they knew the money was going to flow that way and they were going to get their filthy hands involved in it. So, but when you think 4 years ago, before Donald Trump turned the country around and made oil and set loose our oil industry to where we were exporters, I was listening to a reel and explained, someone put out a picture on a reel, said, if you want to save money, drive across the border to Mexico. And he gave the price. The gasoline in Mexico was $1 cheaper. You got to wonder why. Well, it's not hard to figure out why. Mexico is an oil exporter. So we need to get this country back to being that way. But 4 years ago, we were still aggravated with our oil companies and the imports and the price and the up and downs. We were still thinking about ways of electrifying our car. If you had electrify the cars on the streets and leave the diesels in the trucks, that would help. It just seems like when all of a sudden we become oil exporters, all that talk just got off the table completely. And hey, I'm never going to buy an electric car. I'm 65. I'm going to drive that little Fiesta for 20 years. So that probably, my next vehicle might be electrified. It'd be one of them electric wheelchairs, But I'm just saying, I feel like this is Obamacare all over again because every time, what's Mitch McConnell got to say about it? What is he saying? I mean, it's just, Lord, I hope if we do take over, somebody up there gets an idea. Look at what they're doing. They're taking people, Republicans, and they're putting them in jail. They're violating their attorney-client privilege. These Democrats are out for blood, and they keep calling it a democracy. Well, I'm sorry, I pledge to allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, there you go. Democrats ain't involved in any of that, and I'll just leave that be. That was my tirade. Other than this, I can't stop laughing. Moose is the only person that I know can find a crackhead that has a great work ethic and marketing skills. So, other than that, we're going to sit back and comfort the mound and enjoy the rest of the show and head on out to the coast.
I'm thinking there's probably not a lot of meth heads or crackheads that actually have the ability to market things on Craigslist. That was pretty interesting.
Yes, it was. All right, buddy.
Have a good morning. All right, I pulled up China. Now, I think about what I said a few moments ago. While we are bending over backwards and paying more and struggling to pay our energy bills because we're shuttering coal-fired plants in the name of fighting climate change. We're stressing our power grid over 3/4 of the country. I guess Texas is the only place I've heard to date that have had to resort to some rolling blackouts this summer. But there's a lot of summer yet to come. We're doing all this while China is doing the exact opposite. For everything we cut, they're adding to the, quote, climate-killing air that we breathe. Now, I take you back. This is nearly 8 months ago when the word from Time magazine, China is planning to build 43 new coal-fired power plants and 18 new blast furnaces. Now, those were projects announced in the first half of last year. See, China's made the pledge, we'll get on the bandwagon to fight climate change, but right now we're going to continue building up our emissions. We'll reach a peak sometime before the year 2030. By the year 2030, they're telling us we're not going to be allowed to buy an internal combustion engine, car or truck. Right? Why are we doing this? Oh, and China said they plan to be carbon neutral by the year 2060. Now, according to all these climate alarmists, the likes of Al Gore, the whole planet will be dead by the year 2060. We don't have that kind of time, they say. The news shows that at least some in China are prioritizing economic growth over emission reductions. Well, no kidding. Yes, some analysts say they're still optimistic that China will reach their climate targets. Yeah, whatever. Whatever China says anyway, yeah, you can't believe them. They always make promises to do this and do that and renege on them time after time. China, though, is leading the world in new coal power plants, building more than 3 times as much new coal power capacity as all the other countries in the world combined. They are not alone in their reliance on coal, however. China and 4 other countries, India, Indonesia, Japan, and Vietnam, account for more than 80% of the coal power stations planned around the world. Again, these are numbers from last year. So they're mining incredibly larger quantities of coal. They're building additional coal-fired power plants, while the rest of the world says we're all on the same page fighting climate change. What a great lie. It's 18 past the hour. All right, clear lines. What's on your mind at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And a couple emails. One was from Craig earlier this past day. Said, Steve, I heard the report. Biden said he's getting over his COVID because of a pill he's been taking. I thought the only approved remedy was the vaccine. When did this medicine get approved? Yes, Paxlovid is the Pfizer manufactured antiviral medication that was approved. That's been, 6-8 months ago? Something like that. So millions of Americans have taken the Paxlovid. My mother took it when she got COVID. My wife took it this second time around here a few weeks ago when she came down with COVID for the second time. See, unlike the vaccines that have the mRNA, technology in it that people are hesitant about, the Paxlovid is just an antiviral medication, which, again, it was approved for, what do they call it, emergency use authorization. And here in recent weeks, I think the CDC even put out the memo that you don't actually even have to go to your doctor to get the prescription. They've authorized pharmacists, supposedly. Guess you can do like a telehealth visit, and the pharmacist can actually give you the prescription without even having a doctor's order. I think Horse Feathers might be able to clarify on that. He said something that he tried to go that route, but the pharmacists were like, well, no, we can't do that. I'll ask him about that when we check in. Let's see who we got. Teresa's on the line, checking in Fremont, Ohio, sitting on my deck, drinking a few brewskis after a busy day. It's a humid 73 degrees, but I always enjoy the so there. Well, thank you much, Teresa. In Fremont, Ohio. Hello to the Dipsy driver. He said, heads up out there. Anyone buying what they call the Lotto 47 lottery tickets in the state of Michigan? I caught a clerk trying to rip me off. When you choose the easy match option, $1 extra, there's 6 numbers at the bottom of the ticket where you can match those numbers and win anywhere from $2 to $500 instantly on your ticket. Well, I play all 3 lottos at the same time. When he ran the first slip, I noticed he put my ticket aside and proceeded to run the same ticket again. I said, what was that? Yeah, he said he made a mistake and had to run the ticket again. Well, I grabbed the ticket, and lo and behold, I had matched for a $50 instant winner. I think he was going to keep that winning ticket and try to sell me a second ticket instead. I said, you son of a, you know what? I told him I wouldn't rat on him and pointed to the camera and said, I think you just got yourself fired. What a scam he had going on there. Anyway, looking forward to another great show, Steve. Special thanks to all the drivers out there for what you do for our great country. You're probably right. Yeah, if you're printing out something and he sees that right there, you can look at it, $50. Oh, $50, that's a winner. Let me print up another ticket for you here. Pay attention. All right. Hello to Mr. Kelly there. Tom Kelly on board this morning. Happy Thursday, or as we know it around here, Friday Eve Day. But when the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive signs off later this morning, 5 Eastern Time, catch a special episode of the Truckers Network radio show with Shelley Johnson. On this episode, Shelley interviews Todd Campbell and Joni Sprouse from 104DC. 104DC is a nonprofit that promotes commercial drivers and their concerns. They make an annual trek to Washington, D.C., and they'll be going again this year in September. You can learn more about what they're doing, what they're concerned about, and what current issues you as a driver need to know, and how you can get involved for the trucking community. There you go. Then it's Taillights with Larry and Angie Baum, recorded live Wednesday evening. They interview a woman who's not only one of those few women who is a professional driver, she also owns her own fleet. You don't want to miss this one. Lots of laughs and some sobering moments on this episode of Taillights with the Bombs. And finally, it's Anderson and Banker, the host of the only sports talk show directed to truck drivers. From baseball to football and even a best of Paul Harvey. The hour goes by really fast. All that and more from TNC Radio.live. Yeah, we'll get to Horse Feathers, get started here. Got a couple minutes. We'll hit our bottom of the hour news break. What's going on this morning, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I was listening there a little bit earlier there, the show you were talking about, the officer that was fatally shot in Rochester and the other one wounded. And I hate to say it, but, we talked about dangerous cities and that, and I don't think Rochester probably was even big enough to be on that list, but I bet you per capita it's right there as dangerous as Chicago, Boston, New York, Baltimore. I bet you per capita it's right up there, But anyways, I talked to you off the air, and I looked for a spot I told you I was going to look for a spot to try to interject this here, and I think I might have found the spot here. So they capture the guy that fatally shoots a police officer, and you said they charged him with second-degree murder or homicide or whatever, So what'll end up being is he won't end up qualifying for a death penalty, which I don't even believe New York has a death penalty for anything at this point. But here you go. So how can you be in a state where the majority, where the people that, don't believe in the death penalty, and I won't say all of them, but a good majority of those people believe in abortion? How does that work? How can you be, not for, terminating life of somebody that, outright kills somebody else or is not fit to spend any time in society for the rest of their life? Mm-hmm. How could you not be for terminating them, but terminating a different life that hasn't even started? And I'm not saying it's all. I'm just saying, when you're for one, how can you not be for the other? And so, anyways, I hate to even get onto that subject, but there it is. I threw it out there because I told you I was going to look for a spot to do it.
Yep.
I think I found it.
There you go.
But
and it's a valid question because you're right. It's primarily the lefties. They call themselves progressives nowadays. Yeah, many of those that are anti-death penalty are the same ones that are all out there protesting the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
So anyways, yeah, we can get onto that COVID Paxlovid thing here after the break there, because I was actually one of the ones that's got to use it. I'm no longer one of the super, they got a name for those people that ain't never had COVID now. They're a super something, I don't know, but you're
I'll have to look that up. Yeah, okay, so we'll come back after the break, and lines available, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Secretary of State said the Biden administration has made a substantial offer to Russia to facilitate the release of WNBA star Brittany Griner and corporate executive Paul Whelan.
We put a substantial proposal on the table weeks ago to facilitate their release. I can't and won't get into any of the details of what we proposed to the Russians over the course of so many weeks now. The president is prepared to make tough decisions if it means the safe return of Americans.
Blinken stated that it will be the first time he has spoken with his Russian counterpart since the war in Ukraine erupted in February. Nearly 800,000 doses of the monkeypox vaccine will soon be available for distribution. That's according to U.S. health regulators. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here on a Thursday. Yeah, Friday Eve is Tom referred to it. So weekend is on the horizon. And it looks like it's going to be a hot one as a heat wave continues to build in the northwest. And temperatures moving towards levels not experienced since all-time record highs were set back last June, 21. Bringing a new set of impacts to the region, from health concerns to wildfire potential. We've already this week seen several record high temperatures established. Seattle, at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, hit 94 degrees, breaking the previous daily record of 92, which had been set several times in the past. Farther south along Puget Sound in Washington, Olympia hit 97 degrees, breaking the old record of 96. In central Washington, temperatures over 100 degrees. A high of 111 was recorded in Dalesport, a town near the Oregon border, which tied the previous record of 111 in 1998. And the city of Ellensburg, about 90 miles east of Seattle, hit 103 degrees there. Oregon's governor declaring a state of emergency on Tuesday in 25 counties due to the heat in the state. Current heat wave is going to last longer in many areas along the Pacific coast compared to last year's historic heat. Even though temperatures fall short of all-time highs, people who live in the coastal areas are going to be looking at anywhere from 5 to 7 days of excessive heat before you finally see some relief arriving. So, this long-duration heat, especially along the coast, where many people do not have air conditioning in their homes, can really pose a serious problem for those with respiratory issues, the elderly, young children, homeless people. Light winds that often accompany heat waves are also expected with this pattern much of this week and will cause pollutants to build up in the big cities, which adds to the respiratory risks. Now, before records were forecasted to become challenged Thursday, Wednesday, yesterday did see some slight relief. Temperatures in Portland stayed clear of the 100-degree mark. They only hit 96, and Seattle recorded a high of 91 yesterday. So, very dry conditions. Increased dryness is going to fuel the heat wave and maybe lead to some problems later on in the region. The worst of the heat in the Northwest throughout this week will be where the ground is the driest. Dry ground allows the July sunshine to heat up the air quicker rather than wasting the energy on evaporating the moisture from the soil. It's like that all around the country. We've talked about that many times throughout this summer. All right, back to horse feathers. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over, Your Honor. So anyways, I don't know. There's some name they were throwing around the other day on the news programs afterwards, Inside Edition and that, said they're super something people that they're considering now people that have never had COVID, because at this point, pretty much everybody's on the line of if they haven't had it, they're going to have it pretty shortly. So especially with this new variant that's out, that even if you're vaccinated or boosted and vaccinated and all that, it don't care. And if you've had it before, it don't care, and you're going to get it anyway. So I don't know. So here, before we get into all that, now on the news, they had our illustrious president on there spouting off how he's negative now and he's back to work normal, and he kept working the whole time in the upstairs in his presidential bedroom, unlike the previous president. Now, where are we at with knowing about COVID now? Now President Trump did go to Walter Reed Medical to be treated, but he was there for what, a day, 2 days? On an unknown, pretty much an unknown virus at the time. Vaccinations were either just out or had just been working in the development process, still not a lot known about it. And a lot of people were having respiratory problems and having to be put on ventilators, which, oh, wait a minute, ventilators were about the worst thing you could do. And now, he spent 2 days there, came back home on the helicopter, got off, took his mask off, and oh my God, he was berated about taking his mask off. How could he dare do such a thing? And said he was, pretty healthy to go back to work.
Mm-hmm.
So did this president not see that on TV? I mean, and he's trying to compare, 2.5 years later to what transpired back then. You can't call the two situations anywhere as near the same.
Yeah, there was
but anyway,
there was no Paxlovid at the time, and I think if memory serves, they did give Trump the the remdesivir? I think isn't that the one that you have to have to give in an IV or whatever. That's why he had to be in the hospital.
In the hospital.
Yeah.
Exactly. Treated two different ways, two different situations, and I don't know. Not that I believe in the boosters, and I really don't believe in the vaccine, to tell you the truth. Kind of just did the vaccine just to satisfy somebody else. But so anyways, as I just said, I've had the vaccine, didn't do any boosters, ended up at one of these things I wanted to do was around more people than what I should have been and what I normally am. And I ended up positive along with a bunch of other people that were there. So knowing I wasn't feeling good, made the phone call to the man with the answers there off the air. And he told me about this thing called Paxlovid.
Yep.
And you're supposed to be, because of the FDA or the CDC or whoever said that the pharmacists are allowed to dispense it, which is true. Pharmacists are allowed to dispense it. But they're so far calling in Pennsylvania. It started out in Maryland, had some issues, so I went to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania pharmacists told me that the Pennsylvania Health Department still hadn't come up with a protocol to be able to let the pharmacists dispense it yet. So that's completely off the table. Without a doctor's prescription, the pharmacist could not prescribe to an individual.
Okay.
So Maryland, they were kind of in the same way. They weren't prevented by the state, but they were still all working on trying to write up a protocol on how to do it and what to do and what interactions other medicines would have. And I guess there's a kidney function that they're trying to be aware of. So they want you to have recent blood work to know your kidney values, your blood work for your kidneys. So they're very hesitant and pretty much won't dispense to individuals without a doctor's prescription. So I called my doctor. They were good about doing a televisit with me and didn't have to come in or anything. And I'd had recent blood work, so nobody had an issue, and I was able to get the prescription. But anyway, so of course I have it. So then the wife ends up positive too. So coming close to the weekend, we try to get her prescription. Well, her doctor refuses to do the televisit. Won't do it. Have to absolutely come in. Now she's been in within the last 4 months. She had blood work, everything else. Doesn't have any underlying conditions other than she does have a slight risk of asthma. It bothers her every now and then, especially if she gets around smoke. I mean, if she gets around cigarette smoke, it'll tighten her chest up a little bit. And you do a wood pit, wood burning pit, and you get a heavy smoke off of that. She'll have to go somewhere else because she won't be able to sit there in the smoke like the rest of us. Then so anyways, that's her one problem. But her doctor refused to let her do it unless she came in. So we ended up calling the state health department and getting a televisit through the state health department. And then they prescribed it, sent it to the pharmacist. And then the pharmacist actually had to call the doctor's office to get the results from her blood labs that she'd had. And so they turned those over. But so that used car salesman, wanted to capitalize and make a buck on anything he can, not be there to help his patients, but just make sure he gets a buck out of it. And actually had to turn information and found out that he got bypassed. So, but anyways,
and the idea that for a doctor that kind of defies everything that they've said from the very beginning with the availability of a telehealth. They didn't want people coming into the offices with it because if you've tested, you've got it from the home test. They don't want you coming in because it's in the air and you're going to possibly infect other people sitting in the doctor's office.
Yeah, well, this guy actually ended up, he's a small town doctor and one man show in his office, and he actually kind of set him up as a COVID center so that, if you had COVID, you could feel comfortable going to him, that he'd take the best care of you possible. And he wanted, as I say, somehow or another, he's getting an extra buck, whether it's from the government for having a shingle out saying he's a COVID center or whatever, but he wants as many people to come through the door as possible. And somehow or another, it's kind of like that ventilator in the hospital deal. If you went to the hospital with COVID, they got a certain amount of money, and if you got put on a ventilator,
they got a bunch more
money.
Yep.
And it's all about the buck. It's all about the buck. It's not about the people. So as we always say, follow the money. But as far as the treatment goes, the Paxlovid treatment, I don't know. It's probably not the worst thing in the world I've done, but I would put it up there as something that if I didn't need to do it again, I certainly wouldn't. Kind of by about the second day. Now I don't know if it was the fact that I had about 101 fever or what, but not feeling all that good. But first couple pills weren't too bad. The first couple rounds of pills, you take 3 rounds 2 times a day for 5 days. So what do you get? You get six a day, 30 pills you have to choke down. So the first 6, 9, 12 pills really aren't that bad. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to after that, you start to get a bad taste in your mouth. It's almost like a metallic taste.
My wife experienced the exact same thing. She said, I've got this horrible taste in my mouth. Yep. Everybody I know that's taken it said the same thing. My mom, she experienced that. Yep.
So I don't know if they inject them with, the last pills. I don't know if they inject them with lead or mercury or what they put in them, but they are some of the, you just can't do anything to get rid of it. You can't brush your teeth with anything. You can't drink anything to make it go away, and you can't mask it. And then it gets to the point that you can actually taste it of the pill as you put it in your mouth. You don't even have to have swallowed it yet or anything. It's just as you're smelling the pill as it goes in your mouth, and it's like, God, can these things be over with yet? But anyways, it seemed to come through. I mean, by the second day, whether I would have gone without it or not, the fever was gone, and I was feeling better. And yeah, within 5 days, I was back ready to, back pretty much to normal. Still a little fatigue issue, but I get a little bit that this time of year anyways. This heat and humidity doesn't do anything special for me, and I've always been put down, physically a little bit by the heat and humidity. So it's kind of hard to say what the whole situation is. It's kind of like climate change. Is it the climate really changing, or is it just the fact that you got a couple combinations of things that make you not be right? So, but anyways, to get back to our president for a minute. Now, did he say that he had gone 5 days and now tested negative? Because my wife said she thought he'd been 10 days. Do you have any idea how long ago it was that he was diagnosed?
Seems like I can't remember. I'd have to go back and look. It ain't been 10 days.
That's what I was thinking. So anyways, the CDC protocol is really still being out for 10 days. It's not being out for 5. So I don't know where he's getting off, saying he's all back normal to be back to work in 5 days here. So I don't know. It doesn't, something sounds kind of, I don't know. I guess he's just trying to prove thinks he's able to do the job that we all know he's having troubles with, but he's trying to prove any way he can. But anyways, I guess that's enough of that. I don't know much more we can say about it. We're beating a dead horse, but hopefully if anybody's out there, if you feel like you might have it, or if you take one of the home test kits and you do test positive, I wouldn't hesitate again to go and take the Paxlovid again. So don't let me think anybody, have anybody think that they shouldn't take it. I mean, I think it's absolutely well worth it. And my wife ended up not taking it. She ended up what she had. So we actually have her prescription left in the cupboard. But the biggest thing I can say is anything I found with the medical field, if you got anything coming on like Thursday, Friday, be proactive, be your own advocate. Get out there, make sure you get what you need. Don't wait for the weekend, because the one thing I found with the medical field, with everything I've been through, anytime we've done something, if you try to do something on the weekend, you're about screwed. So,
and you're waiting until Monday, and then Monday, everybody that waited over the weekend all at the same time are dialing up the doctor's office. No, you can't. Yeah, right. You get the busy signal, can't even get through. That is correct. All right, we're looking at 8 before the hour, and plenty of room for you. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Pappy got your email earlier. He said, Steve, Biden signed an executive order 14019, called Promoting Access to Voting. Like $1 billion to the Justice Department to collect votes in federal facilities, i.e. like HUD, federally run housing. Essentially, it's ballot harvesting. I'll try to find out more. All right, yes, I did a quick search, and from the Washington Times, just a few weeks ago, recall, we celebrated Independence Day. A day to remember our national values, freedom, self-governance. And while families everywhere were firing up the grill and watching their fireworks displays, few realized that a government-sponsored attempt to undermine our free, fair elections was already underfoot. President Biden's agenda to infiltrate state-run elections with a bureaucratic get-out-the-vote scheme came about last year when he issued that executive order 14019. The unprecedented executive order which directs federal agencies to adopt and execute plans to expand voter registration and voter participation. It didn't have a lot of details, but it left little to the imagination. We have an administration seeking to stop the anticipated red wave in November. Would do well to have a Democrat get out the vote campaign at every intersection that the federal government has with the American people. There's only one problem with this plan, he says. It's unconstitutional. Shortly after the Biden administration announced the Promoting Access to Voting executive order, the Foundation for Government Accountability sent multiple Freedom of Information Act requests to executive branch agencies to learn more about how they plan to comply with this directive to partner with third-party organizations to interfere with state-run elections. Well, those requests went unanswered, and now it's up to the courts to compel the Department of Justice to respond. Based on the ruling issued on July the 12th, in FGA's lawsuit in which the court commanded the Department of Justice to provide prior to the midterm elections the documents we've requested. It looks like that's exactly what the court intends to do. Our concern that the executive order is a federally funded attempt at driving out the Democrat vote is not unfounded. Just 2 years ago, we witnessed privately coordinated interference in our elections through the use of Zuckerbucks. Remember that? These dollars were primarily supplied by the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. We're supposed to assist state and local election officials during the COVID pandemic. Yet, suspiciously, Zuckerbucks were concentrated in counties that went for then candidate Biden. And now it's Biden bucks. Already multiple federal agencies have laid out plans to use their Biden bucks to transform their offices into voter registration agencies, or VRAs, as they're called. The Department of Labor, for one, announced their plans to designate 2,300 American job centers as voter registration agencies. The Departments of Housing and Urban Development have also unveiled plans to designate public housing agencies as voter registration agencies, even though they had previously stated they were barred from participating in these kind of activities. Come back with more after the break. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Senator Joe Manchin announced he will support a package that includes major investments in drug pricing as well as provisions to address climate change and taxes on the wealthy. This comes after months of negotiation between Manchin and State Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The two said the text of the deal has been submitted to the state parliamentarian and the full Senate will consider it next week. According to a one-page summary, the bill will include $739 billion in new revenue through a 15% corporate minimum tax, prescription drug savings, added IRS enforcement, and it will limit the so-called carried interest tax break. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
New York is slowly but surely going towards becoming the first U.S. city to charge motorists an extra fee for entering its most congested areas. The Metropolitan Transportation Authority said a long-delayed environmental assessment should be released by federal regulators next month to be followed by a public hearing. Charter is paying up.
Charter Communications is being ordered to pay over $7 billion to the family of a North Texas woman who was killed by a company worker. The jury found the company liable last month, saying the company properly failed to screen Roy Holden Jr. when they hired him. Holden was given life in prison after admitting to murdering and robbing Betty Thomas while in his Charter uniform in 2019. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Any person serving a felony sentence in North Carolina outside of jail can now register to vote. This is a change which will impact more than 56,000 people. The decision, which was announced by the State Board of Elections, follows an appeals court ruling overturning a 1973 law that prohibited convicted felons from registering to vote while on probation or post-release supervision. Authorities have found more human remains in Lake Mead.
We know a little bit more about the latest set of skeletal remains discovered at Lake Mead at the south end of Nevada, where it meets Arizona. The Clark County Coroner's Office in Nevada says the remains found Monday near Boulder Beach are partial. The person has not been identified and the cause of death is not clear. This is the third time human bones have been discovered at Lake Mead since May 1st, as the water level continues to fall past historic lows. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Tony Dow, best known for playing Wally Cleaver on the iconic television show Leave It to Beaver, has died following a recent cancer diagnosis. His family and representatives have confirmed. The actor was 77. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
One Indiana family tastes its first victory in minis. Another sentimental favorite quenches a long drought. Ader maximizes his weekend in Unlimited, and the championship pulling season has moved beyond its midsummer oasis in Chapel Hill. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the Ncpa Overnight Radio Report. The heat of the action surpassed the reading on the thermometer at the Lions Super Bowl of the South this past weekend in Middle Tennessee. The NTPA's second Super National of the season was presented by the Volunteer State's largest Lions Club organization as their annual fundraiser, and they welcomed over 50 competitors to Lions Motorsports Park for two hooks that can often determine the direction of a championship season. In Pro Stocks, Rhett Parrish of Marion, Kentucky, took the last draw to his first Premier level victory with his El Nino Case IH on Friday. Then on Saturday, Corey Bob of Brownstown, Indiana, converted an early hook into a win with the Wishmeyer Trucking Whiskey Wild John Deere. In Superstock Diesel, 2021 titleist Travis Schlabach maintained his point lead with a first and a third across the two sessions. The Marengo Iowan and his Bone Twister International now lead the Blagraves Red Horse by 13.5 points and Kent Payne Super Rooster by 14. Payne of Veedersburg, Indiana, was the Saturday night winner. In four-wheel drive, it was ladies' night times 2. In Session 1, Baldwin, Wisconsin's Lisa Peterson reversed a few seasons of frustration in Chapel Hill and elsewhere by scoring a huge win with her Profab Chevrolet. Then in Session 2, defending champion Carmen Foster of Fairgrove, Michigan, reprised her highlight victory of last season by topping the field with the Foster Child bow tie. In Minis,
I'm in awe. We love on here. This is a dream come true. This is all I've ever wanted to do in my whole life. This is just awesome.
That was Grant Theobald of Shelbyville, Indiana, courtesy of NTPA.TV, who scored his first win Friday aboard Little Wicked, a brand new Mini on the circuit for 2022. At the other end of things, grizzled veteran Adam Kester of Wadesville, Indiana, picked up his most recent of several statement victories Saturday with the Shell Rotella-sponsored Beast of Burden.
That was the best run I've had in a very, very long time. I'm just ecstatic to be here. This is like a hometown track to me with my wife's family being from around here. At the end, I had to throw my fist up because it's been a long time coming. It feels good to just be able to come out here at a beautiful facility and put on a good show.
This week is the busiest for the Grand National schedule, as the NTPA has two polls on Friday and Saturday, July 29th and 30th, both within sight of the Indiana border. In Brandenburg, Kentucky, it's the Meade County Grand Nationals at the fairgrounds, where light Superstocks, Super Farms, Pro Stocks, and two-wheel drives will pass through the tunnel and enter the natural amphitheater where there is not a bad seat in the house. For info, visit meadekyfair.com. Meanwhile, in Fort Recovery, Ohio, it's the Fort Recovery NTPA Grand Nationals at Ambassador Park. There, it's Superstock diesel tractors, Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds, plus regional modifieds both nights, with limited pros on Friday and light pros on Saturday. The only decision for a first-time visitor, Grandstand or Hillside. Check out fortpool.com. And if two Grand Nationals weren't enough, the NTPA's strong slate of regional national events rolls on. Thursday and Friday, July 28th and 29th, it's the Coors Light Shootout in Anoka, Minnesota. Friday, the Union County Fair Pool invades Marysville, Ohio. And on Saturday, July 30th, Region 3 takes center stage with the Throwdown at Hoedown in Houston, Minnesota, and the Dunn County Fair Nationals in Menominee, Wisconsin. Learn about all these great events before and how they finished after at ncpapull.com. Reporting for the NCPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Yeah, Josh will be heading up to the Fort Recovery event this weekend. Imagine he'll be heading out today. He'll be hauling the trailer up there with our Hot Shot Secret booth displaying for the NTPA pools there in Fort Recovery. Meanwhile, Kyle heads south to Crossville, Tennessee, I believe it is this weekend. The Outlaw Diesel Super Series. He'll also be setting things up there at the Hot Shot Secret booth on display. Stop by, say hello. Hello to Daniel this morning. Great night over here in Montana by Livingston, Montana with 69 degrees. All right. Hello to JS this morning. He chiming in, talking about the inflation numbers and, you know, all the superstores. Well, yeah, Walmart made the big announcement earlier this week. They're overflowing with crap, and they're having to slash prices to get this stuff to move. I mean, people are working, but inflation is impacting the everyday, hardworking American. No doubt about it. To which Russell says, I'm not an economist, but as far as a recession, I think we're in one. Yeah, this economy kind of reminds me of the mid-1970s. Now, I was only about 8 years old then, but I'll tell you what, I'm a lot more worried now than I was back then. Yeah, that's called the innocence of youth. When bad things can be happening around the world, but no, in your young days, who cares? You're 8 years old and you hear things about a war going on. Yeah, Vietnam was taking place. Yeah, I was a kid. I didn't really care about it. All right, JS chimes in. Most politicians are like a truck stop toilet. They're dirty and overflowing with crap. And I can actually see wars being fought between countries in the name of climate change. All right, Eskimo Mom out there driving got a bit of a light show off to the west in southern Indiana. Yeah, there are some showers and thunderstorms moving through the region. I'll pull up the radar, give you the latest. Who else we got on board? Matthew says, as far as I was talking about China and the coal and building the additional coal-fired plants, dozens and dozens of them. He said, I for one, kind of like China making all those coal plants because a good chunk of the coal that the coal mines my brother works at actually goes to China. So China's actually keeping my brother and a lot of people from the western portions of Virginia employed. All right, hello to neighbor Dave back with us this morning. Hope you're feeling better with each passing day. Young Rambler, a.k.a. Donovan's on board. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. Steve, can you touch on what Joe Manchin just agreed to this past day? That would be appreciated. Yes, indeed, I've got the full scoop right here before me. Yeah, he and Chucky Schumer. Yeah, some are saying he was pretty much bribed into this, but we'll break it down for you coming up. Got you covered there. Let's see here. Stephen Wright, a.k.a. the Michigan Madman, is on board. Finally done for the night. This is the weekend for the Fast Trucks, the Fast Truck Series at Kalamazoo Speedway. Yeah, okay, those are your big rigs going roundy around in Kalamazoo. They only have like a 6-race season. It's not a lot of races, but that would be pretty exciting. You got to try to get out there and catch the Fast Truck Series. All right, enjoy that, Michigan Madman. Now, Eskimo Mom, I was touched on and I'm going to get back to that right here. She says, in Ohio, it's very easy to register to vote. And just as easy to vote, as long as you do your due diligence, make sure you have a photo ID or another acceptable ID. Biden has no business trying to mess up a good system. So back to this executive order we left off there for at the top of the hour. Ignoring the fact that presidential use of taxpayer dollars to run up the tally of Democrat voters, first of all, it's widely unethical. Now, this process of dedicating additional voter registration sites is also illegal. VRAs are authorized under the National Voter Registration Act, which expressly grants states the power to designate additional VRAs. Now, if Mr. Biden wants federal agencies to become coercive centers that are exchanging public handouts for partisan votes, the very least he can do is run that change through Congress. We've spent a great portion of our careers seeking to hold governments accountable, both as public officials and private citizens. And this underhanded attempt to use taxpayer dollars to influence our elections is an administrative power grab unlike anything we have ever seen before. That's why we are calling on state policymakers to act now to prevent Biden bucks from influence our elections. Yes, states can order state agencies to ignore federal guidance about VRAs, and they can pass legislation barring state agencies from seeking to become VRAs. Also, states can increase their oversight over federal guidance relating to election activities. as well as increase oversight over federal funding for the administration of elections. States can also simply decline to designate federal agencies such as the Department of Labor and others as VRAs. They can also keep the Biden administration from using taxpayer-funded resources and federal offices in their states to launch a get out the vote effort that's designed by the left to benefit the left, under the guise that doing so is required under federal law. It is not. All of these efforts could help drive back the Biden administration's partisan efforts to affect voter registration and turnout. Mr. Biden's executive order flies in the face of our American principles, and if left unchecked, his efforts could give Democrats an institutionalized advantage, not only in the midterm elections, but in every election for decades to come. Pushing back against this presidential overreach has to start right now. Now, that was broke down by Russell Vought, who served as the 42nd director of the Office of Management and Budget and is president of the Center for Renewing America. Breaking down the executive orders. So, nothing like going to get your public handout. They're saying, hey, you registered, by the way? Let's get you registered right here, right now. Because, you got to keep the Democrats in charge if you want to keep getting your free stuff. It's like buying votes. Absolutely. Thanks for the heads up on that, Pappy. There's the rest of the story.
I appreciate you reading that, Steve. This is flat out in your face, right? We're going to cheat, steal the election, whatever we need to do. It's like backdooring H.R. 1 and H.R. 4, where the feds are trying to take control of the elections.
Who said it earlier this week that the Democrats are willing to do anything? I think Dershowitz said that they are willing to go to any lengths, first of all, to stop Trump, but they'll literally shred the Constitution. It matters not to them. The Constitution means nothing to them.
Yes, sir. And they pulled this out, and what do you say, July 4th, when they were running this thing around. I think he just voted on it today. I could be wrong, but I thought today is when he signed the executive order.
Okay.
I thought there was something in there about contacting all the counties, bypassing the state, trying to get the counties to sign some kind of consent order or something. To pull some strings, on how they're going to handle the elections, right? That's how crooked they are, Steve. I mean, this is just unbelievable. How many heard of this?
It's first I'd heard of it. If you hadn't tipped me off about it, I've heard nothing about it.
We're going to have to keep an eye on this, my man. I mean, if it's an executive order and he done signed it, are we going to be able to do anything about it?
Well,
I know in that piece you just read,
sounds like the states are the ones that are going to have the ability to maybe. But obviously, your Democrat-run states aren't going to do anything like that. It's just the red states, yeah.
So, just another thing. Steve, you said something a couple of weeks ago, I think it was. You read something about how politically divided we are, that there has been people that lost friendships.
Yep.
Even family members
over politics. Yep.
Political stuff.
A lot of people, a lot of friendships were broke over the damn COVID vaccine stuff.
Well, I don't know if I could throw my 2 cents in. Man, I'm telling you, Steve, if I got some friends, and I'm trying to think if I do. I don't know if I got any friends that are like whacked out liberals, man. I just, I don't think so. But if I did, I mean, dude, if you are the type, when you go to Starbucks, right, and you order a 32-ounce soft drink, and they give you a paper straw and a 32-ounce plastic cup and tell you they're saving the world, and you fall for that, if you're that stupid, I don't know if I want you around me, man. We got a right to protect your immediate family. You don't bring idiots into your home. Man, I had a conversation with my daughter out in California, not last night, the night before.
Yeah.
It's Monday night. I had to take my grandson to the airport. He was going back to Arizona. He was in here for a week. But, man, Steve, and it's like, God love her. She's my daughter, but she is, when she moved out there, she's hanging around these lefties, I can see her political views moving real far left. Told me she would vote for Biden again no matter what.
Really? Wow.
Like,
daughter, what's wrong with you?
Exactly. But to try to use this analogy, and I know this is extreme, but if you got a family member, cousin, even a son, right? If they do nothing but burn down houses, if everything they touch turns to fire, there's some sort of mental issue with them where there are people like that, Steve, that go around and start fires.
Yeah, right.
And you know this. And, hey, Dad, can I come stay for a week? I'm out in the cold, man. Come on in, son. And he burns your house down. 2 years later, after you rebuild your house, you get that phone call from, hey, Dad, I'm out in the cold, man. Can you put me up?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what are you going to do? Are you, what? Sorry, son. You burnt me once. It ain't going to happen again.
Yeah.
What's the old saying that George Bush screwed up back when he was trying to say it? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Ain't that how it goes?
I think it's the opposite. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Is that something like that? Exactly.
Yeah, well,
exactly.
I got about as smart as George Bush did, right?
It's easy to screw up.
But you get the point. I mean, it just is the way it is, man. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's my daughter. I love her to death. She come into Cincinnati. Come on in, hon. Maybe it's best not to talk politics around them. But if it gets to the point to where their beliefs are ruining your life, literally.
Yeah.
Stay out in California, huh? Just stay right out there. If these liberals want to destroy and burn down their own cities, let them do it. Stay the heck out of Ohio. Don't come to Cincinnati.
Exactly. Yep.
You want to destroy your state, your city, whatever, have at it. I think I said about a year ago, man, we need a divorce. Split the country in half. You whacked out people stay on your side. We'll stay on our side.
And just leave us the hell
alone.
alone.
Leave you alone. And you leave us alone. But that's the problem, Steve. They can't leave us alone. It's in their nature. They have to get up in our business. They have to control you. All right, my man. Appreciate you digging that up and reading it. But yeah, that's exactly. Hey, man, you want to keep living here in this HUD housing? Yeah, just fill out this ballot and make sure you just vote Democrat there, and then just hand it to us. We'll take care of it. Crazy. All right, sir.
All right.
Have a good night.
You got your Mega Millions ticket yet?
I do not. I think I got to get out tomorrow, so I'm going to get out tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll put another $20. I put $20 for Tuesday night. I don't know if you heard me say not one single number in my $20 wager, not one single number match of anything.
Steve, if any one of us, your listeners, hit this for the big money, you will have the biggest, baddest, immaculate studio right, ever built.
We'll be
we'll still have
expanding the secret bunker.
If you hit it, what are you going to do if you hit that thing?
Exactly.
I'm done with this radio business. So, just remember us if you hit it, right?
Just remember, the odds are not in my favor. They're not in your favor. They ain't nobody's favor. But somewhere, sometime, somebody's going to hit it. I think odds are dramatically increased at the next drawing. It'll probably hit. When the numbers get up like this, of course, it's the frenzy around the country because, in case you had missed it, the Mega Millions is now over $1 billion. But what are your odds? I mean, someone has to win the money, right? And not so fast, they say. But while the odds are obviously long, how often do players realize how seemingly impossible they really are? There was a guy that told a joke, if you like your good fortune for winning the lottery, then your fear of equally unliking misfortune by the way of like freak accidents. Things like, say, getting struck by lightning or maybe crushed by a meteorite or eaten by a shark. Believe it or not, your odds are much greater of finding one of those such demise than it is actually winning the Mega Millions. But hey, we'll break that down for you coming up here. Our number, 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Thursday. Plenty of room for you. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Secretary of State said the Biden administration has made a substantial offer to Russia to facilitate the release of WNBA star Brittany Griner and corporate executive Paul Whelan.
We put a substantial proposal on the table weeks ago to facilitate their release. I can't and won't get into any of the details of what we proposed to the Russians over the course of so many weeks now. The president is prepared to make tough decisions if it means the safe return of Americans.
Blinken stated that it will be the first time he has spoken with his Russian counterpart since the war in Ukraine erupted in February. Nearly 800,000 doses of the monkeypox vaccine will soon be available for distribution. That's according to U.S. health regulators. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. So we all like to dream, right? What would I do if I won $1 billion? What you could do? Yeah, you don't get to believe in only good luck, right? You either believe in luck, which there's good luck and bad luck, or you don't. So if you got your fingers crossed about the Mega Millions, you might want to ask Zeus to go easy on your neighborhood while you're at it. Compared to a 1 in 303 million odds, that's the likelihood from a Mega Millions jackpot. Yeah, getting struck by lightning, they tell us, would almost be a near certainty. According to the National Weather Service, a person has a 1 in 15,300 chance of getting struck by lightning in their lifetime, which is defined as an 80-year span. That's incredible. That makes your odds of getting struck by lightning 20,000 times higher than winning the Mega Millions. From the National Lightning Safety Council, an estimated 234 people are injured by lightning every year. The numbers from 2020, there were 17 fatalities attributed to lightning strikes, which was down from the average of 26 people killed by lightning every year. So by those odds, you are equally likely to be struck by lightning on 250 different occasions as you would be to nailing the right lottery numbers. Okay. Some of the other incredible things, the odds, the improbable odds of an event that are way more likely to happen before you would ever win the lottery. About Yellowstone, the volcano. The odds of Yellowstone erupting are 1 in 730,000 in any given year, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. Your odds of being eaten by a shark, 1 in 3.7 million. Those numbers change to 1 in 7 million if you live in a landlocked state. Obviously, if you don't get in the ocean, you're not going to get eaten by a shark. How about your odds of being killed by a meteorite? Odds are 1 in 700,000. Those odds are considerably lower for getting struck directly by a meteor. However, it drops to 1 in 1.9 million should a meteor hit the Earth. How about death by vending machine? Apparently, it happens. 1 in 112 million. According to the Book of Odds, according to data from the National Electronic Injury Surveillance System, an average of 4 Americans die every year due to vending machine mishaps. So your odds of winning the Mega Millions, 1 in 303 million. But somebody will. All right, for whomever asks about what's the deal, what happened with Joe Manchin? An unexpected turnabout this past day. Chuck Schumer and Joe Manchin announcing that they've reached a deal, an expansive agreement that has eluded them for months. Healthcare, climate change, energy, taxes on higher earners and corporations, and they say trimming the federal debt. Yeah, for months now, Manchin's opposition has blocked the larger agreement sought by the president and other Democrats on grounds that he said it would actually fuel more inflation, which I believe that is a correct assessment. Yeah, these incredible multi-trillion-dollar bills that were passed. Yeah, some say, hey, it was an absolute necessity at the beginning of the pandemic. Yeah, the trillions of dollars spent on pandemic relief, sending out the checks to people. Then, of course, you had the $1 trillion in infrastructure spending. But all those, every economist will tell you, that is what is really fueling much of this inflation. It's spending money we don't have. So how anyone could try to sell me on the fact that, well, we're going to pass another $1 trillion bill and it's actually going to trim the federal deficit? I don't get that. Maybe someone can explain that. In the abrupt announcement, though, he and fellow Democrat Schumer said this is going to raise $739 billion over 10 years in revenue. The biggest chunk of that's coming from a 15% corporate minimum tax. So the corporations are going to be paying more. Well, you raise the taxes on a corporation. Everyone knows the corporation isn't just going to absorb that. The corporation is going to raise their prices so that the American people will ultimately pay it. We're all going to pay it, not the corporations. $369 billion to be spent on energy and climate initiatives. $64 billion to extend expiring federal subsidies for people buying health insurance, aka the Obamacare. Now that leaves about $300 billion to reduce federal deficits, again, over 10 years. It looks like the Senate will consider the package next week. With Manchin on board, they'll have, probably it'll end up being that 50-50 vote. Kamala Harris will be the tiebreaker, and they'll get it done. Now this suddenly, they say, presents the president and the Democrats with the prospect of a major accomplishment, big achievement before the midterm elections. Like that's really going to make a difference? Oddly enough, Democrats are calling this measure the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. Polls show that inflation, the gas prices that hit $5 per gallon, that's the number one concern of the American voter. For months now, Manchin's opposition to these larger packages has been based on the fact that he worried that it was going to fuel even further, exacerbate inflation. Now, Manchin, one of the most what they call conservative Democrats in Congress just last week, said he would only agree to far more limited legislation, curbing prescription drug costs, extending federal subsidies for health care costs. He said he was open to considering a broader compromise on environment and tax issues after Congress returned from their summer recess in September. An offer that many Democrats thought was rather dubious, but so it's not September. Somewhere down the line, someone somehow convinced Manchin to come on board. So that's what we've got. How many billions did that add up to? I think it's $1 trillion. Hey, good morning. Is that Philip?
It is. How you doing, Steve?
What's going on? I guess just heading off to work as usual.
Yep, I just left the house. I'm on my way. Getting ready to go on these little routes yesterday. Or today, I should say. Yesterday, I was coming home, Steve, and sitting in an intersection with a line of cars because we're waiting for somebody to make a turn. And looked in my rearview mirror, and there was a big Ford F-250 behind me, and a guy rear-ended him. And the guy in the Ford, he did me a favor, a big favor. He steered over to the side of the road and rode the stroller, and these two trucks came beside me locked together. Reason I'm talking about this is because I did what I had to do. I went back to see how the guys were to make sure everybody was all right. And just the attitudes that these two individuals had was crazy, Steve. I know people when they get in an accident, they get excited and things happen. And this guy that got hit, the guy in the Ford, he had a really bad attitude, which, you just got hit, I understand, and he dropped a few of those bombs, if you know what I mean, and while he was talking to everybody. And But all the time he said, "Yeah, I'm not okay. I'm not okay." And he wasn't hurt as far as physically being hurt, but emotionally he was hurt. But he was more worried about taking pictures at the time than about what the other guy was doing as far as his physicalness. What's going on with him physically. And the other guy, on the other hand, who actually caused the accident, he was driving a company truck, and he was like, "Oh well, it just happened, big deal," And Steve, get me wrong or not, when you cause an accident in a semi, and it could have been preventable, like, isn't that a big thing on you when you're with a company, Steve? What do you think?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think to myself, what's nothing to him is something to somebody else. But hindsight's 2020. He was on his phone the whole time. From the time he stepped out of the truck till the time he was just on his phone, just texting and doing whatever. This other guy was on his phone just taking pictures. That's all he was. He was more worried about getting pictures of everything. But I was just like, the attitude of people today, and somebody that caused some damage to somebody's vehicle, and just didn't care about it. The other guy, he wasn't hurt physically, but I mean, he could have been. If all the moving around he did, he might have caused something that might have been a lot worse than what it was. And I don't know. I just don't. What do you think, Steve?
I don't know what to think about people these days, Philip. If you got your insurance, your truck can be fixed. That's not the end of the world, right?
No, it's not. Metal can be replaced, and it can be, situations like that. I mean, I'm going through that. My wife was at an intersection 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we've got like one of those Chevy Trailblazer trucks, and just sitting there and waiting at a red light to make a turn, and the lady hit a motorcycle beside her and then came into her and hit our truck, and she was underinsured, and I'm probably going to have to go to court, take her to court and get things fixed because she didn't have enough property damage on her car to fix my car. So they basically did. I'm probably going to have to take her to small claims court or something like that to get it. And my vehicle ain't worth, $3,000, and they said it was like 3,000 or more damage. So, but they just want to total it out, walk away from it.
Exactly.
But but the thing that got me about it yesterday is, people are just, that situation is not respectful with each other, and it just showed me, Steve, and I've mentioned this before. It's one of the big things that we have here going on is in America today, we're all so self-centered in what we're doing and doing our own thing, and who gives a crap about everybody else? It's just like, can't you just take a minute and respect each other and try to figure things out? You know what I mean? And and you were just talking about Joe Manchin, are trying to figure things out, but it's not that way anymore. It's a lot of self-centeredness in what's going on, and that just kind of just goes to show you, it's something simple as an accident. Luckily they were in big vehicles, nobody got hurt. And I'm the guy I'm like thanking God, because if I'd had that F-250 up the back of my Honda, it'd probably totaled me out big, and no telling what it'd done to me, but it is what it is. And by the way, before I go, I want to send my condolences to Tony McDowell's family. I don't know if you guys know who Tony McDowell is. I know everybody's watched Leave It to Beaver.
Ah, yeah,
He's
okay.
Beaver's brother.
Yeah.
He passed away yesterday, and Jerry Mathers, who's the Beaver, he was all over Facebook about it, and just want to give my condolences out there to Tony's family. And I enjoyed that show when I was a kid. I don't know if you did or not, Steve, but when I was a little kid, we used to watch that show, and it was a good show, a good clean show, and you won't see shows like that on TV no more.
Yes, wholesome family programming.
Yeah, just like the Andy Taylor show and all that stuff, and those shows are gone. Just not nothing major, just about just basic life, and you don't see that anymore. But they did yesterday, though, set another beam for that Starship tower at Cape Canaveral. So they're getting her done. They got almost all the stanchions and everything in place for it, and it's getting there. Tower will be done probably within a couple months, I would think. And also, Steve, they're putting a berm up between that Starship tower and 39A, which is the tower where they shoot the rockets. So they're trying to protect those, in case something does happen with that Starship. And did you hear, Steve, that they released the launch dates for the Artemis mission?
Last I heard was sometime like in August. No, they have a solid date now, or?
Yeah, they have a solid date. It's going to be August 29th, and I believe the backup dates are the 2nd and 3rd of September.
Okay.
They want to get it off. They want to get it off the ground on the 29th, which is kind of funny because that's the same time that Elon Musk wants to launch the Starship out in Boca Chica. He wants to, get that one off the ground in Texas and do an orbital flight with it. But and they're doing a lot of things out there. They've been moving the cranes around like crazy out there because they're moving equipment around and getting things ready for it to do it out there. So that's going to be interesting if they can get that one off the ground. It'd be crazy if those launched on the same day. I'm not a big fan of the Artemis program, and I know I voiced it on here about that program.
Yep.
But I'm just going to let that one be. But we've wasted a lot of money on that program, and it's one of them things. We need to. Why are we paying to go to the moon, and we're paying to have people take to the International Space Station when we can get things going with other things right now? So, it is what it is. I've voiced my opinion about it. I'm going to let that one lay. That one's it pretty much for me, Steve.
All right.
You guys have a good one. Thank you.
And I did have the update on that Chinese rocket. I guess they've kind of pinpointed it. It's going to be coming back here in a couple of days. Re-entering the atmosphere. Where will it fall? And nobody knows. But debris from the Chinese rocket set to crash to the Earth sometime in the next few days. The potential for this, it could land a wide swath of the globe. Part of the Long March 5B rocket that China launched last week will be making an uncontrolled re-entry around July 31st. So this weekend, according to Aerospace Corporation, nonprofit based out of California. Yeah, we'll tell you what they had to say coming up after a quick timeout.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, where's it going to come down? You know, we were just talking about the odds of being hit by a meteorite, or maybe we could include the odds of being hit by a piece of space junk. Because it is possible. It's, you know, the odds, what was it, 1 in a million or something like that? They tell us the possible debris field includes much of the United States, as well as Africa, Australia, Brazil, India, and Southeast Asia, according to the aerospace predictions. Concern over the reentry and the impact it would have is being dismissed by China, however, with their state-backed media saying the warnings are just sour grapes from people resentful of their development as a space power. The United States is running out of ways to stop China's development in the aerospace sector. So smears and defamation becomes the only thing left for them, according to the Global Times newspaper. The U.S. and Western media deliberately exaggerate the loss of control of the Chinese rocket debris and the probability of someone being injured by the rocket's debris, obviously with bad intentions. The descent of this booster, though, that weighs 23 metric tons, would be part of what critics say is a series of uncontrolled crashes, kind of highlighting the risks of China's escalating space race with the USA. Now, they say over 88% of the world population lives under the potential re-entry debris footprint. It could come down anywhere around the planet. Most cases likely in the ocean, though, right? News update on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Senator Joe Manchin announced he will support a package that includes major investments in drug pricing as well as provisions to address climate change and taxes on the wealthy. This comes after months of negotiation between Manchin and State Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The two said the text of the deal has been submitted to the state parliamentarian and the full Senate will consider it next week. According to a one-page summary, the bill will include $739 billion in new revenue through a 15% corporate minimum tax, prescription drug savings, added IRS enforcement, and it will limit the so-called carried interest tax break. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, Gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
New York is slowly but surely going towards becoming the first U.S. city to charge motorists an extra fee for entering its most congested areas. The Metropolitan Transportation Authority said a long-delayed environmental assessment should be released by federal regulators next month to be followed by a public hearing. Charter is paying up.
Charter Communications is being ordered to pay over $7 billion to the family of a North Texas woman who was killed by a company worker. The jury found the company liable last month, saying the company properly failed to screen Roy Holden Jr. when they hired him. Holden was given life in prison after admitting to murdering and robbing Betty Thomas while in his charter uniform in 2019. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Any person serving a felony sentence in North Carolina outside of jail can now register to vote. This is a change which will impact more than 56,000 people. The decision, which was announced by the State Board of Elections, follows an appeals court ruling overturning a 1973 law that prohibited convicted felons from registering to vote while on probation or post-release supervision. Authorities have found more human remains in Lake Mead.
We know a little bit more about the latest set of skeletal remains discovered at Lake Mead at the south end of Nevada, where it meets Arizona. The Clark County Coroner's Office in Nevada says the remains found Monday near Boulder Beach are partial. The person has not been identified and the cause of death is not clear. This is the third time human bones have been discovered at Lake Mead since May 1st, as the water level continues to fall past historic lows. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Tony Dow, best known for playing Wally Cleaver on the iconic television show Leave It to Beaver, has died following a recent cancer diagnosis. His family and representatives have confirmed. The actor was 77. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
If you're out there and you're in a part of the country where you've actually got some clear skies, which sadly we don't, outside the secret bunker, actually got not one but two meteor showers supposedly that are kind of peaking on July the 28th. First of all, you got the Pisces Austronids, as they're called. The radiant near the brightest star in the constellation Pisces, which will very conveniently rise high in the southern sky during the shower's peak. Plus, you got the new moon right now, so you have like virtually no issues with the moon blocking out your view of the meteor shower. There's another one. I have to try to pull that up later. Meanwhile, back at it here on a Thursday morning. Welcome into our friends on the West Coast as we've officially crossed over the midnight hour, 3:09 Eastern, 12:09. Welcome into a Thursday. And hello to Norman checking in this morning. What do you got? 76 degrees, cloudy, some storms rolling through north central Kansas. Looks like rain's on the way. Yes, indeed. Yeah, right through the central portions of the country, a broad swath from west to east. 24 hours ago, they were highlighting Kentucky as a zone that had the potential of seeing a setup similar to what they saw in St. Louis the other night, with the training of the storms over the same areas round after round. And it didn't really come to fruition last night, but tonight things are a whole lot more active in Kentucky. We have a big cluster of showers and thunderstorms over eastern Kentucky, nearly to Beckley, West Virginia, on down toward maybe just north of Bristol, Tennessee, and another cluster that just pushed through the Richmond, Kentucky area in central portions of the state. Then another big cluster of showers, thunderstorms had just pushed through Evansville, Indiana, now between Evansville and Bowling Green, all along that stretch. More heavy rains, and it's all moving west to east, so some of the same areas that have already seen several rounds of showers and thunderstorms will again may see additional showers and storms through the overnight, early morning hours. I guess they were 24 hours off. We have flash flood watches through much of Kentucky tonight. And looking over at that eastern section of the state, a lot of flash flood warnings are actually in place there. Maybe I'll pull a couple of those up for you. Let's head on back to the phones here. Eagle is on board. Morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah. How you doing tonight? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Good to have you on board. How's your week going?
Okay. Yeah, I've been pretty busy this week. That's why I didn't call in. But I wanted to talk to you about a couple of disturbing things that I've learned over the last couple of days, and about the monkeypox virus, about what's happening right now, and how I think that this monkeypox could have been stopped in its tracks. But now they made the wrong move. Now we got a real big problem on our hands, Steve. First of all, when we started, I remember I started talking to you about this long time ago before this virus even got into the U.S. because I had heard about it, and I was concerned about it then. They claim that it comes deep from the jungles of Africa. That's what they say. Okay, 4, 5, 6, 7 months ago. What they should have done, Steve, the doctors and scientists, they should have isolated this virus. They should have went to this area where people possibly were catching this and tried to vaccinate these people, isolate these people, and they didn't do that. Instead, they allowed these people to make their way out of Africa into other countries around the world, and now you see what we got. The virus is slowly but surely spreading in America. They claim that we got up to 6,000 or more cases, maybe more than that, in the U.S. Rapidly spreading, and it's only going to get worse, I believe, because this virus is contracted through touching. If you get close to an individual with this, you could possibly catch it, and you also can get it on the palms of your hand. And everybody knows if you touch doors, steering wheels, anything that you touch, you possibly could contract this thing. So we got a bad situation. I'm more concerned with this virus than I am with the coronavirus at this point. And this is the reason. This is another reason why Joe Biden should close off.
Let me calm your fears a little bit. You don't need to be nearly concerned about this. I mean, first of all, there's been two deaths from the monkeypox, and they were both in Africa. Nobody here's died from it. And if you're not having sex with another man, you don't have to be too concerned. It's passing through the homosexual community. It's men having sex with men. Earlier this week, they said, we've discovered 2 children that have monkeypox. Well, those children happen to reside in a home with 2 men, 2 gay men, the daddy and the daddy in that particular home. It's not San Francisco. If you lived in San Francisco, it's spreading like wildfire because of the tremendous homosexual community there.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying. But who's to say that this virus will not move on? Will not move on to regular heterosexual people? Who's to say that it's going to just stay with gay men? And that's what I'm concerned with, is that this virus could possibly because see, here's the deal, Steve. There's a reason why, I remember I asked you this 6 months ago or more. Why did they call it monkeypox to begin with? So how did this virus even get into the human population? So it seems to me that it had to be somehow, some way a monkey had some kind of contact with a human for this virus to even get into humans.
Well, that's where they traced that back to the AIDS virus. The AIDS, I believe, came from some sort of contact with a monkey back when that all first started. But I don't know. Here's what I'm trying to say, Steve, is that this virus shouldn't have never got out of Africa to begin with, or wherever it came from. If they would have done what they were supposed to do and isolated this thing, and so it couldn't jump from country to country. Now I think I heard it's in 75 different countries now. But this leads me back to what Joe Biden has got going on, Steve. I was watching the news again today, and the border is wide open. You could actually see people walking across the river down in Eagle Pass, Texas, into the U.S. And there have been several people from Africa and other continents that have crossed into the U.S. Like I say, this is a health violation at this point, Steve. When you got people coming into the country with God knows what disease,
Didn't they just say a couple of days ago, Steve, that we got people popping up with polio? You remember we talked about this months ago? We got diseases popping up in the U.S. that we thought we had eradicated, that we haven't heard from in years. And now all of a sudden these diseases are coming back into existence. And it's not because of U.S., it's coming from other countries that don't have the type of injections and stuff that we have for Americans. And they bring in this right back to the U.S., and Joe Biden and the people in D.C. are doing nothing about it. So we got a real dangerous situation on our hand right now in terms of viruses in the U.S. And, like you say, monkeypox right now, it's in the gay community. But who's to say that it's not going to jump over to the regular population in the near future? Now, let me talk about this other thing that Joe Biden had to say, Steve, and this really offends me even more. Like I say, did you hear what he had to say about Donald Trump? He had the nerve. They still, for some reason, they still focusing on this January 6th deal. Joe Biden. I don't know why he's still talking about that, but he said that. He had the nerve, after what Biden has done the first 2 years in the White House, he had the nerve to say that Donald Trump was a coward. Did you hear that?
He said he was a coward?
Yeah, he said that Donald Trump was hiding in the White House. Remember when he said that while the insurrection was going on, Donald Trump didn't try to stop the people from attacking the Congress building. What'd you say?
Last I checked, Joe Biden spent a whole year before he was elected hiding in his damn basement, didn't he?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. You can go back and listen. He said that about 2 days ago. He said that Donald Trump was hiding in the White House while the Congress building was under attack, and he didn't do nothing to try to stop it. And that's what he said 2 days ago on live TV. He said that Donald Trump was a coward. Now, Joe Biden, like I say, why he's still focusing on January 6th, I can't figure it out. The guy's in the White House. He got the job. He got what he wanted. Why is he still focusing on Donald Trump? And like I told somebody else, the more he focuses on Donald Trump, he's just making Donald Trump's job even easier to get back in the White House, because people are saying to themselves that why is this man still concerned with Donald Trump after 2 years? That just makes the people that support Donald Trump want to support him even more. The last word that should come out of Joe Biden's mouth is Donald Trump. That those should be the last words that he should ever utter out or come out of his mouth. But for some reason, he can't forget about Donald Trump. And so maybe you got the answer for that. I can't figure it out. But Joe Biden, he better figure it out, and he better figure it out real fast. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. As far as the monkeypox thing, are they making a much ado about nothing? Most everybody that's had it recovers in 6. Apparently it ain't no fun to have. I don't want it. At this moment, I ain't much worried about it because I ain't having sex with another man. In the coming days, they tell us Biden's expected to declare a monkeypox public health emergency. According to several sources yesterday, an article written by Dr. Robert Malone. Monkeypox or moneypox, as in money, money, money. The Biden administration's upcoming decision comes in light of the World Health Organization declaring monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern a few days ago. But Malone highlighted the declaration from the WHO director is a direct contradiction of the independent review panel's advice. Tedros made this declaration despite the lack of consensus among the World Health Organization's Emergency Committee on the monkeypox outbreak. He actually overruled the review panel. The review panel voted 9 against and 6 for declaring an emergency. But he did it anyway. While the virus presents an uptick in virulence, according to the most recent report from the Health Organization, it has resulted in only, I misspoke earlier, I said 2. It's resulted in 5 deaths, all of which have been in Africa. But should Biden declare monkeypox a public health emergency, all of a sudden it's the Department of Health and Human Services a slew of actions take place. The ability to access new money and appoint new personnel. Is it monkeypox or moneypox? The people with knowledge of the matter expect the Biden administration will issue a declaration by the end of this week. But they said right now the decision's not final. We're continuing to explore options. Later on today, as a matter of fact, Thursday, the Health and Human Services Secretary is supposed to hold a press conference on monkeypox. It says Thursday morning. We may find out more. Then real quick, like you mentioned, polio there. Polio cases here in the U.S., increasingly rare. The last case before this current one that was just recently announced was in 2013. Yeah, I guess in this current case, the individual developed paralysis, and health experts have confirmed the person is not contagious. Experts think this case developed because of exposure from someone who had received a live version of the polio vaccine, which I don't believe we don't give the live version here in the United States anywhere. Yeah, this case, again, was traced back to someone who traveled. That's how the monkeypox got here. Someone from the U.S. traveled to Africa, maybe not, had sex with another man, and came back to the United States. And now it's circulating amongst the homosexual community. This young adult did not report recent travel outside the U.S., so was someone exposed to another person's live oral vaccine from outside the U.S. That's what they're looking at. Yeah, okay. We'll get a quick timeout. More of your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There's one final tidbit on the confirmation of the polio vaccine here. There's two types of polio vaccine in existence. There's an inactivated and what they call a live attenuated vaccine. The inactivated version is given by injection. It contains a dead form of the poliovirus. In contrast, the live form contains a weakened form of the virus, and that's given orally. Since the year 2000, only the inactivated form of the polio vaccine has been given in the United States. So again, somebody probably traveled, they believe, someone who had taken the oral vaccine had a weakened form of the virus and maybe passed it to someone else. There you go. A couple minutes before we hit our news break here, we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. I couldn't help but chuckle. Someone had shared this this past day. The story of the elderly woman standing in the line. Then the cashier says to the elderly woman, "Ma'am, you have to carry your own shopping bags because these plastic bags are not eco-friendly." Yeah, the old lady apologized and says, "Well, in my time, there was no such green wave. This is our problem today, ma'am. Your generation didn't care enough about the environment," said the cashier. "Oh, yeah? Yeah, you're right," the lady replied. "Our generation didn't care enough for the environment. Glass bottles of milk, soda, and beer that we used to return to the store. The shop would return them back to the factory where they would be washed and sterilized before we used them again and again and again. We really didn't care about the environment back in the day. We even washed our baby diapers because there was no such thing as a disposable one. We dried them ourselves because there were no electric dryers. They were really drying in the wind and the sun. Remember Grandma had the old clothesline out in the backyard where she hung out the laundry? I remember that. Even my mom hung out some laundry on those nice sunny days. We didn't really care about the environment back in our day. Back in our day, we only had one television and one radio in the house, not one in every room. And the TV had a 14-inch screen, not something the size of a stadium that when you broke, you'd throw it out. In the kitchen, we had to do everything by hand because there were no electric appliances. When we mailed something that was fragile, we used to pack it in old newspapers, not nylon bubbles and styrofoam balls that take 500 years to decompose. Back in the day, we didn't use gas-powered lawnmowers because they didn't exist. They were mechanical. We used our muscles to move them. You know, the workout was amazing. We didn't even have to go to the gym to get fit. You're right. We didn't care about the environment in our days. We used to drink water straight out of the tap, not from the plastic bottles and cups that now fill our oceans. There wasn't really a green wave in our days. Back in those days, we all got on the tram or the bus. Boys used their bikes or walked to school instead of using their parents as a 24-hour taxi service. So isn't it amazing that the current generation talks so much about the environment, but's unwilling to give anything up and think to live with the little we had back in our day? I can kind of identify with a whole lot of that. I remember the milkman, a little refrigerator box that sat on the front porch. Oh, yeah, we'd take the bottles back and get our nickel or dime deposit on our Pepsi bottles, Coke bottles, 7-Up bottles. As a kid, if you found a bottle laying in the ditch, you'd pick that up so you could get a dime for it. I remember those days well. I'll be honest, I never had to use a push mower. I bet that was a hell of a workout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Secretary of State said the Biden administration has made a substantial offer to Russia to facilitate the release of WNBA star Brittany Griner and corporate executive Paul Whelan.
We put a substantial proposal on the table weeks ago to facilitate their release. I can't and won't get into any of the details of what we proposed to the Russians over the course of so many weeks now. The president is prepared to make tough decisions if it means the safe return of Americans.
Blinken stated that it will be the first time he has spoken with his Russian counterpart since the war in Ukraine erupted in February. Nearly 800,000 doses of the monkeypox vaccine will soon be available for distribution. That's according to U.S. health regulators. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog.
your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I mentioned a few minutes ago that parts of Kentucky's kind of the area under the gun, compliments of Mother Nature tonight, with heavy rains falling through much of the night. A couple of the advisors I'm looking at, see Central Kentucky. Handful of counties there, like 5-6 different counties. Thunderstorms producing heavy rains. 1 to 2.5 inches has already fallen. Another 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area there. Southeastern Kentucky, what do we have? Handful of counties there as well. Radar indicates 1 to 2 inches of rain has already fallen. Additional rain, another 1 to 2 inches possible. So, yeah, they're right about these, 2, 4. We could see 6 to 8 inches of rain in some of these areas that maybe, like I said, southeast Kentucky that's already experiencing flooding. Well, there's another big batch of rain moving west to east across the state. If it holds together, yeah, you'll see the training of those storms throughout the morning and into the maybe midday hours today. Yeah, they're in the bluegrass state. I guess the trucks are rolling a little bit slower in Kentucky tonight with the heavy rains. Under the industry headlines, hadn't touched on many of those this morning. Out of Texas, first out of the box. An emergency order due to widespread wildfires has been extended in the state till August the 22nd, rather. This is relief from the hours of service regulations for those that are providing direct assistance to the wildfire emergency in the state. As of Wednesday morning, Texas A&M Forest Service said there are 16 new wildfires that burned approximately 550 acres. Because the emergency conditions have not abated, the FMCSA is extending the state emergency declaration, granting the regulatory relief as set forth in the initial order. Direct assistance does not include routine commercial deliveries that might have mixed loads with nominal amounts of qualifying emergency relief. Motor carriers and drivers operating under the order are still subject to certain restrictions. I won't go through all that. You can look it up. If you've got the order, you know who you are if you're providing direct assistance, right? Mississippi Highway Patrol responding to a partial road collapse that likely led to a terrifying moment for a truck driver this past afternoon. About 4 o'clock this past day, the troopers were on the scene in Harrison County. The roadway partially collapsed under the big truck. No word on injuries, but they do tell us the off-ramp to US 49 south at Highway 67 interchange will be closed for an undetermined amount of time while they make repairs to the roadway there. Hey, get back to the calls here, see what's going on. I don't believe it's Knucklebuster.
Good morning there, Mr. Steve Sommers.
I didn't think
this
so.
is the Knucklebuster impersonator. Yes, the Knucklebuster hasn't called in, so I figured I'd better call in and fill in for him. Just the man that hopes to aspire one day to be considered the Rich Little of the overnight drive. I need to clarify a little bit. Bill in Florida kind of stole my thunder. Yes, it was Tony Dow, who passed away, better known also as Wally Cleaver. Yes, it's a sad day in the Cleaver household this But he also made a mistake in one of his statements, too. He said it was good, wholesome family programming. Is you aware one of the most controversial statements ever made in early television was made by June Cleaver, the Ward Cleaver? Was you aware of that?
I believe I've heard that a time or two.
Yeah, he told Ward, says, Ward, you was a little hard on the beaver last night. Well, I've got another bit of sad news. It looks like I'm going to have to give up Mexican food. Did you hear about Choco Tacos?
Isn't that sad? I like me a Choco Taco. Yeah, I can't believe they're not going to make them anymore.
Yeah, I know. That's the only Mexican food I like is Choco Tacos. Now they're doing away with them. They're Klondike. Well, maybe some people shouldn't do so much shady stuff for a Klondike bar and start eating more Choco Tacos. Well, let's get on with the commercial side of this call. Yep, y'all go out there and get you one of them air dog systems put on your truck. Get that air out of your diesel fuel. Oh, I didn't even know I had air in my diesel fuel. Figured I had air in the tank where the diesel wasn't, but I didn't know there was air in the diesel. Yeah, going over there to Hot Shot Secret. Order you some of that diesel extreme, gasoline extreme, FR3, some stiction eliminators, some gun oil. Oh, that really works on my old antique guns. And boy, that stiction eliminator really works on my old pickup truck. Actually, it used to use about a quart between oil changes. Now, man, I checked her today, and she didn't use a drop. It's about due an oil change. Right there's a testimonial for you there. Chris, oh, yeah. And while you're at it, get on over there for the Steve Sommers overnight drive. Order you some shirts, hats, and stickers, coffee mugs and such. Boy, I really like it when the ladies wear them T-shirts, have them Steve Sommers sticking out there all bodaciously. Well, that's all my baloney for this morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, and thank you for taking my call.
You got a long way to go if you ever intend to become the Rich Little of Overnight Drive. You think? Rich Little. All right, it's 844-844-3388. How about a Dumbass of the Week nominee? Did you realize you can get a DUI in Walmart? Well, this guy did. Florida man, a Florida man no less, behind bars on DUI charges for drunken driving a motorized scooter in the Walmart, where he nearly struck shoppers and crashed into shelves and merchandise displays. 39-year-old Aaron Gregory, I mean, it's 10 o'clock in the morning, Sunday morning. Either he'd been on an all-night bender that never ended, or he started mighty early in the day to be totally shish kebab-faced by 10 a.m. About 65 miles south of Orlando, police were summoned to the store, referenced to an intoxicated male on a motorized scooter. Walmart security told officers he was haphazardly driving the scooter down the aisles, running into shelves and displays, creating a danger for other patrons. Reportedly so intoxicated he was barely able to stand on his own, had to be transported from the store on a stretcher. In his backpack, which was in the scooter's basket, was an open bottle of Smirnoff vodka. Store security cameras caught Gregory swerving, running into things, nodding off while driving the motorized scooter. Charged now with 4 misdemeanors, including driving under the influence, disorderly intoxication, possession of an open container, and held in the Brevard County Jail in lieu of $3,000 bond. Now, realizing the Walmart scooter tops out at about 10 miles an hour, it is considered a motor vehicle, according to Florida criminal statutes. You can get a DUI on your Walmart scooter. All right, be careful out there. All right, back to the phones. Let's see. Vic got you coming up here shortly. Is this Mark?
Yep. Yeah, Steve. I love Dr. Phil or Philip, whatever you want to call him. He's a doctor now, right? You know, he can diagnose somebody if they've been injured in an accident now, because when they're rear-ended.
Yeah.
Is that right? A guy in a pickup truck behind him gets hit by a semi and then driven up alongside of his Honda. Did I understand that correctly?
I think that's the way he explained it, yeah.
So he knows for sure that this guy wasn't hurt because he got out of the vehicle. You think he doesn't have injuries that he even realized yet when you're all tensed up after an accident like that? You're rear-ended by a semi into a pickup truck, and it gets driven up the side of the car, past his car. That's the way I understood it. But yet, he already knows that he wasn't injured, and he's wondering that he's upset that he's, after being rear-ended, really, by a freaking semi, which is what I'm in the middle of fueling right now at the fuel island. I don't smoke, so I'll let somebody else do that. He's much better at it on the East Coast. But, I mean, really, he's automatically assumed. I just love when people are so judgmental about how other people act after an accident. It's not like he pulled any weapons and was going after the guy. He was upset. He was taking pictures, which is what you're supposed to do when you're in an accident. Because you don't want the person you're going to take off. He wants to probably make sure he gets the pictures of the truck number, the guy, that's in it, all that stuff. That's what you're supposed to do when you've been in an accident. And when Philip was talking about, but his wife was recently in an accident. Didn't he have any insurance on his vehicle? He should have had uninsured, underinsured. It's amazing how many people are underinsured. You might want to look at your policy, because it's amazing how many people get in accidents and they get screwed over by somebody else's insurance company because they're carrying minimum coverage, which is what I hate about those companies, because the rest of us are all paying the price. We have to buy extra insurance to make sure that we're okay.
Yeah, minimum coverage, or maybe no coverage. If you don't have the uninsured motorist, you're screwed.
Exactly. You got it. And that's exactly it. As I've been rear-ended twice in my life. And the one time I was driven off the road, and obviously I survived, not without injuries that I didn't even realize initially. But I tell you what, I was hurt a lot more than I realized. And I was in a small car similar to his Honda. It was a Mazda GLC, which is a very tiny little car, very similar to a lot of the vehicles on the road today. I don't like small cars anymore. I still have one because I drive an hour each way to work, but I'm scared all the time. I was hitting that by a semi, and I drive it for a living. But some of these people, they're so judgmental about what happens to somebody else and how they react after an accident. I mean, it's just amazing how, people, want to jump up and judge everything that's going on and how they're acting. Really? How is he acting? Because everything's all cool. Because he got lucky. He got out. I'm glad he didn't get hit. But, because he would have been a victim of the semi. I mean, what's going to happen with that guy? I get, where he's talking about the other guy, seems to not really care about what happened, with the semi hitting somebody. It's like, I've never had that happen. In that respect, I don't ever want to hit somebody. But that's why I'm extra careful. I like to drive at night to minimize it, so I'm not around anybody any more than I have to be. So, but I just wanted to get my 2 cents in on that, and hopefully he'll think a little more before he starts judging people.
All right, Mark. Well, hey, thanks for listening in out there. Safe travels.
Oh, absolutely. Take care now.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
And no smoking on the fuel island. And we get a quick 2-minute timeout. It's 844-844-3388. Never a dull moment on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'll share the email first. And Steve just sent an article from Lexology in regards to crypto fraud. Anyway, when I start my mornings, I like to catch the news. Well, today, the news seemed exceedingly warped. Or maybe I'm just fed up with all the propaganda. Now, I get that politicians spin the news, but after claiming inflation was just transitory, it seems like a waste of time to listen to those same people now saying we're in a transitory slowdown. Do what? Then comes Biden's TV address regarding COVID as he expounded on his reaction to COVID versus Trump's reaction. I recall Biden hid in his basement during the time Trump had COVID. Now, to see the press twist the truth like a pretzel to satisfy a political agenda, that's bad enough. But when the financial analyst follows, it's disappointing, it's disgusting, it's a waste of time. So I spent most of my day watching the True History channel, which has college professors in archaeology, geology, and history. It made me think of the report you had last night about the Chinese, the aliens, the Chinese fighting the dragons. Maybe that guy had too many magic mushrooms. Or maybe he just came up with a wild tale for what was really a spy mission to test the security there at the Space Force Base. But the Chinese Lunar New Year is all about celebrating the dragon or the great serpent. You know, the Chinese Communist Party allows those celebrations while persecuting Muslims, Christians, Falun Gong, and so on. So why would the Chinese Communist Party want to slay dragons whom ancient Chinese believed were actually a gift from the gods? Kind of just demonstrates the vulnerability of people which others are willing to exploit to advance their personal advancement. Well, all right, so just got kind of sick and tired of the propaganda, the spin. Yes, because it was only transitory inflation. It was going to go away. So now they're saying we're in what, a transitory recession or we're not in recession. It's just a slowdown. It's going to be over. Don't worry about it. It'll be over soon.
Well, yeah, they jumped from the traditional textbook definition, and now they're off on the National Bureau of Economic Research definition, which has several different indicators. And one of the indicators is gross domestic income. To households, well, included in that gross domestic income is transfer payments from the government. And they've been handing out, I guess, well, they're even talking about handing out more money. So how can you really, if the private sector is not generating that income to households, why are transfer payments even included in that measure? I mean, it makes no sense because you're taking money away from somebody else to give to another person. So, to me, that has to be filtered out. And then you're talking about all the flooding. I was watching an agricultural thing. It's kind of how I started my day after it went off the air there. And they were talking about all the benefits of the drought relief to the farmers and everything, which is true. And this is what you call the $1 million rain. It's happening just as corn is beginning to, tasseling, and soybeans setting pods and flowering and all that. But there's also a lot of flooding going on in some of the more fertile areas of crop production, and that they never even mentioned any of that. And it just got worse from there, like I said, than some other early financial reports. And it's like, I don't know why I'm watching this, because in the real world there are things happening that is going to affect the markets. And it's like, talking about the trucker strike and the rail strike that is possibly going on or is occurring in some instances. And they covered absolutely nothing that is really affecting the economy. All they could get, I guess, fixated on was the GDP report that was coming out, and
that comes out. I think that comes out today, right? And technically, if it's down again, the traditional definition of recession would be that's it, two consecutive quarters of reduced GDP. Is that not the way it's always been?
That's the textbook definition.
There
right?
you go. Okay.
and it's like, there are so many indicators out there. Like the one that, of course, people in the trucking industry, they don't really follow an index, but when they see freight slowing down, usually that's an indicator of an economic slowdown. So the GDP just crystallizes everything, and it's one definition. And every commodity trader, I think, or financial trader, they have their own little systems and all that. So when you go flying off into all these different indicators, and one says this and one says that, and all they're trying to do is justify the fact that although we have inflation, and inflation really isn't bad, it really isn't causing a slowdown, and we're just looking at the wrong figures. And the one thing that here, I think they kind of dropped that story, but one thing that they said here about a week ago was, well, the economy really isn't in a slowdown because household budgets are in a strong position. It's like, say what? People with $6 gas? I mean,
yeah, okay. Well, hold that thought, Vic, because we got to get our news break. Staying on schedule, top of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Senator Joe Manchin announced he will support a package that includes major investments in drug pricing as well as provisions to address climate change and taxes on the wealthy. This comes after months of negotiation between Manchin and State Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The two said the text of the deal has been submitted to the state parliamentarian and the full Senate will consider it next week. According to a one-page summary, the bill deal will include $739 billion in new revenue through a 15% corporate minimum tax, prescription drug savings, added IRS enforcement, and it will limit the so-called carried interest tax break. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
New York is slowly but surely going towards becoming the first U.S. city to charge motorists an extra fee for entering its most congested areas. The Metropolitan Transportation Authority said a long-delayed environmental assessment should be released by federal regulators next month to be followed by a public hearing. Charter is paying up.
Charter Communications is being ordered to pay over $7 billion to the family of a North Texas woman who was killed by a company worker. The jury found the company liable last month, saying the company properly failed to screen Roy Holden Jr. when they hired him. Holden was given life in prison after admitting to murdering and robbing Betty Thomas while in his charter uniform in 2019. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Any person serving a felony sentence in North Carolina outside of jail can now register to vote. This is a change which will impact more than 56,000 people. The decision, which was announced by the State Board of Elections, follows an appeals court ruling overturning a 1973 law that prohibited convicted felons from registering to vote while on probation or post-release supervision. Authorities have found more human remains in Lake Mead.
We know a little bit more about the latest set of skeletal remains discovered at Lake Mead at the south end of Nevada, where it meets Arizona. The Clark County Coroner's Office in Nevada says the remains found Monday near Boulder Beach are partial. The person has not been identified and the cause of death is not clear. This is the third time human bones have been discovered at Lake Mead since May 1st, as the water level continues to fall past historic lows. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Tony Dow, best known for playing Wally Cleaver on the iconic television show Leave It to Beaver, has died following a recent cancer diagnosis. His family and representatives have confirmed. The actor was 77. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour underway. One more round. Here on a Thursday morning, okay? Hey, a shout out to Todd. I was scrolling through Facebook there a few minutes ago, and Todd's sister had a birthday this past day. I guess Annette is her name. So happy birthday to Annette. But in the picture that he shared with his sister, he's sporting his Steve Sommers overnight drive swag. Got the Steve Sommers t-shirt, got the hat. All right. Thank you very much. And you can get yours at overnightdriveradio.com. T-shirts, hats, your travel mugs. Yeah, appreciate the support. All right, let me get back to Vic. Thanks for hanging in there. Let's see. Click the magic twanger.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Thanks for holding me over, Steve. And a lot of what I was talking about was about this news. I'm trying to figure out what Nancy Pelosi's purpose is to go to Taiwan. Is it a news diversion from, we know the whole laundry list of the bad things going on? Because if you look at our China policy, back to the first the communist revolutions in '49, they promised that Hong Kong, which would be a British protectorate until I think 1987 or somewhere in that time, but when China would take it over, the People's Republic of China, that they would continue with democratic processes, which we see isn't happening. Kind of fast forward to some things. 1993, Tiananmen Square, they massacred a bunch of people. We need to stay constructively engaged, according to the administration at that time. China received no punishment whatsoever over that. Another quick thing was we went to war in Iraq. We insisted that Iraq allow foreign people to invest in their oil before we withdrew. And Iraq chose to invest with China. Nothing happened there. Afghanistan, same story. We go over there, spend a lot of money. Now China controls all of the Afghan resources. Panama Canal. I mean, you look at all this, and then in our financial crisis, basically China went bargain basement hunting, buying a lot of real estate. They're doing that. It's still to this day in strategic locations, strategic industries. And Nancy Pelosi said that semiconductor manufacturers that's going to get a lot of American tax money can still go to China and manufacture. And she's going to go to Taiwan to teach China a lesson. I mean, what is going on right now in China is there's a set of islands between Taiwan and China. It's called the Kinmen Islands, or I think it's Kanoi in their term. And those they're in the Taiwan Straits. And some of those people some of the Kinmen Island people actually want to go back and join mainland China, which right now is a part of Taiwan. If they do that, China will control the Taiwan Straits, which I believe is about one of the busiest, if it's not the busiest, it's right at the top waterways in the world, because so many people are doing business with China right now. So I'm curious. I don't know what the purpose of her visit is over there, other than to try to detract or flex her muscle, and China has to be looking at her and laughing at her. And are you familiar with the big real estate crisis going on over in China or right now, to where one of their big real estate banks about ready to fold up? Well, they have a strange policy. You pay for your house before you get it, before they construct it. Well, a lot of those companies took the money and run. They didn't really build houses. So by the same token, then the people are saying, well, if we don't have our house, we're not going to pay. So the banks are stuck with all these outstanding mortgages. And if China collapses, it's the second largest economy in the world now, then that's going to cause some problems. So I'm really curious what the point of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan is. I mean, the only thing I can figure out is it's a diversionary thing, and she's going to try to fool the people into believing, boy, I'm old tough Nancy, I'm going to teach those Chinese, but by the way, I'm taking plenty of money for them, and also making sure they make plenty of money. So, I mean, it just boggles my mind sometimes, the games that these politicians and some of the public people try to play rather than just shooting straight with the American people. But if they actually shot straight with the American people, they probably wouldn't be in office. So that's kind of answers the question. But my point is, we have been so lenient with China in our policy, and that's why Taiwan is worried. Another thing's going on with China. I know Sylvester's always worried about Australian stuff down there. I think China just signed some sort of agreement with the Solomon Islands down there. And they're also in the Marshall Islands, where we conducted a lot of nuclear experiments, the Bikini Atoll and all that. And it's still having effects. And China's down there bad-mouthing us and trying to get those people to come over to China's side. So I don't know what Nancy Pelosi's purpose to the Taiwan trip is, and exactly why China even came out and threatened anything. It might all be a sham for all I know, Steve. It's like, well, we want all this money you're handing us, Nancy, so we're going to threaten you, and you come over here and you can look tough, and oh, by the way, we'll keep on taking your trillions. So
yeah.
That's about the way I look at it. So
I mean, there's gotta be an ulterior motive. What the hell's Nancy Pelosi going to accomplish? That's my question. What's it going to do? What's it going to benefit? Going to Taiwan. Yeah, the U.S. We know the U.S. stands behind Taiwan, right? We've supposedly pledged to come to their defense. But what is she actually planning to accomplish there? More than just a photo op, maybe? Or well, she's sure getting a hell of a lot of media attention. Just the fact that and it's not even confirmed that she's going to go. Hey, hello to Truck and Phil this morning. Morning, Mr. Sommers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Thursday. Who knew today is National Chili Dog Day? Thank you, Detroit. I did not know that. Anyway, ready to depart for Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back. Everybody have a great day. 150 days till Christmas. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. So how do you celebrate National Chili Dog Day? He sends me the link. Okay, the story out of Baton Rouge. As the weekend approaches, foodies are invited to splurge on a snack that was made popular in this country sometime between 1910 and 1929. The classic chili dog. Thursday, July 29th. Today is National Chili Dog Day, and observers are encouraged to make their own version of the meal or purchase one at a local restaurant. The origins of the chili dog are still up for debate. Many historians feel there are three plausible options when it comes to pinpointing the inventor. The earliest option goes back to 1910, lands on a couple of brothers from Detroit, Michigan, Bill and Gus Quiros. They're said to have invented the dog in their diner about that time. Others believe it was the product of a man named George Todoroff in 1914, also from Michigan. said to have come up with the dog upon creating his famous Coney Island chili sauce in his Jackson Coney Island eatery. Lastly, others credit a Los Angeles man, Art Elkind. It was supposedly 1929 when he came up with the recipe by pouring chili on top of caseless hot dogs. Whoever gets the credit it is widely popular in our day. Yes, it is. And of course, in this town, Cincinnati, Ohio, Chili Town, famous for the chili dogs. There's a chili joint on every corner. Everybody has their own version of Cincinnati-style chili, which a lot of people who aren't familiar with it, they say, you take them to Skyline or Gold Star, they're like, this is not chili. Yeah, well, what is this? Hello to Kentucky Ken. You know what chili is, right? You're familiar with Cincinnati chili.
Oh, I absolutely do. And, you mentioned Baton Rouge. I just left Baton Rouge. I'm on my way to Avondale. And I'll tell you what, look at your little radar map because there's a lot of lightning to my east. I'm running towards New Orleans currently on I-10, and it don't look fun ahead. I'm hoping I don't run into much stuff. But, yeah, you got me hungry for a little Skyline Coney action right now.
Yep.
Wanting one of those bad boys. Yes, sir. Hey, I got a question to the guys that have been doing this much longer than me. What are these lumper fees? I had one tonight. I had a load of mustard from Ohio to a grocery distributor in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
Well, I read the review. I always Google stuff and read the reviews on things before I go if I have time to do that. And long story short, I don't get it, okay? I'm taking product from Ohio to Louisiana as ordered by this distributor. And then we have to pay them for them to unload my truck. I've never heard of such a thing. I just don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've only done that twice, but both times it was sort of a pain to do. And they wouldn't take a paper EFS check. They wanted everything done electronically. So I don't know. I don't know how many of these distributors get these lumper fees, and how come the carrier has to pay that fee?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Does that make sense to you?
All I know is, I've heard the discussion of lumper fees for years and years, and what used to be $50 is probably $250 now just to unload your darn truck.
It was over $250 to unload.
Wow.
Well, I had 20 pallets, and it was all stacked and packed nice and neat. But I don't get it. I just don't get it. I guess everybody wants their cut, but how come? I don't know. That's just crazy. To me, it's crazy. I mean, to me, I felt like saying, hey, I'm bringing the stuff to you. Aren't you supposed to pay me? You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe some other drivers have a little more insight on how this gimmick got going.
I'm sure they do. I know they can tell you about, like, how about you go in and you say, hey, it's all palletized. Let me have the hand jack and I'll pull them off myself. And
right.
No, you gotta pay them to do it.
Yeah, I would do that in a minute. I drove a forklift before. I would have of course, now you got to have a daggone, not license. I don't know what it is. You got to have training to drive a daggone forklift.
Yeah, certification.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Crazy business. It's all good. Just wanted to throw that out there. I thought that was sort of crazy, but Everything going good on your end?
Doing just fine. Getting ready for a weekend. It'll be here before you know it. It'll be another bachelor weekend for me. One more.
Good for you. Well, you enjoy that. And everybody be safe. I got about another hour to go, and I'll be done for the morning.
All right. Thank you much.
So
Kentucky
safe
County,
travels.
You got it. Yeah, right back at you. Yeah, it is kind of lonely around the Sommers home 20. Yeah, coming up in August, we will celebrate. It'll be 39 years we've been married. And in those 39 years, this is the longest stretch we've ever been apart. She's maybe taken a weekend here or there, go down to Georgia with her sister or her mom or whatever. About a week's the longest she's been gone. In this case, I think it's been right at a month already, and it's going to be not this weekend, but the following weekend that I'll get to go down and pick her up, finally. But yeah. Our number, 844-844-3388. She's going to have a lot of laundry to do when she gets back. Or maybe not. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
They got a security alert. Capitol Police have created what they call a robust security plan for anticipated protest at the congressional baseball game today. Press release this past day says we're aware that demonstrators are planning to protest political issues at the congressional baseball game for charity. We urge anyone who's thinking about causing trouble at the charity game, stay home. We will not tolerate violence or any unlawful behavior during this family event. While the Capitol Police primarily focus on protecting Congress members, they say D.C.'s Metro Police Department is going to be handling the demonstrators. There's a climate activist group known as Now or Never, that warned earlier this year that they're going to organize protest outside the game if Congress failed to pass the president's climate change agenda. Okay. They said on July 28th, we will converge on the congressional baseball game, and if our politicians have failed to deliver, we will shut it down. Going to shut down your bar game. Now, yeah, if you're trying to think back, this was the event. It was 5 years ago that the mass shooter targeted the group of Republican congressmen at the annual baseball game. Multiple legislative aides and Capitol police officers were injured, as well as House Minority Whip Steve Scalise, who nearly died in that event, severely injured in that attack after being shot in the hip, having to deal with internal bleeding and a subsequent infection before finally recovering. People, give it a break, for crying out loud. Would that be the inbred redneck?
Oh, what do you know, big buddy?
Hey there.
I'm hearing you're a bachelor, buddy, and I tell you what, I got a solution. I know how them longings go when them women get gone, buddy. But let me tell you, it is prime season for redneck girls and Daisy Duke cut off shorts, buddy. I can have a gaggle of them up there tomorrow, buddy. Just let me know. There's nothing like a little bit of jealousy to drive a woman back home, brother.
Uh-huh. So you're thinking if I get a bunch now are these big-legged women in Daisy Dukes, or are these like the other?
Well, Steve, you know what kind I like. I like the big-legged
Well, that's
ones.
what I'm
Now,
afraid of. You're going to send me a bunch of hogzillas up here. I don't think that's going to much make my wife jealous.
Well, buddy, they got pretty faces. That's all that matters, ain't it?
Okay.
They're
Now you got to remember, I have an elevated deck on the pool. I mean, how many can we get on the deck before the damn thing collapses?
Well, Steve, I wouldn't go over 2, buddy. Wouldn't go over 2, you know.
Okay.
But, only thing I need you to do is probably go out there to the Walmart and get some of them puppy pads. Now, these are redneck girls, and they're really not house trained that well. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Oh, boy.
And plus, they got the Daisy Dukes on. Something could drop out or something, buddy. But you know the way it goes. But, buddy, I got all the answers Vic was asking about. You know, old Pelosi and her husband there scooped up a bunch of NVIDIA stock.
And that's the chip maker, right? And I wasn't sure. Is that the chips that are made in Taiwan by chance?
Well, I'm not for sure, Steve, but I do know that Taiwan and South Korea, are like the leading chip makers in the world right now.
Yes, absolutely.
And if I'm thinking right, I think Samsung's over there. So, but don't hold me to it. I may be totally wrong about Samsung being in Taiwan, but I'd say it's got something to do with all that, buddy. But I tell you what, it's been raining cats and dogs around here. I'm out and about, and I got a little job I'm supposed to do this week. But I tell you what, with all this rain and stuff, I don't think it's going to happen.
So are you? I'm assuming. Are you down on the bluegrass, or are you over in West Virginia? Or... Hey, hold that thought. We'll get back to you after the news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The The Secretary of State said the Biden administration has made a substantial offer to Russia to facilitate the release of WNBA star Brittany Griner and corporate executive Paul Whelan.
We put a substantial proposal on the table weeks ago to facilitate their release. I can't and won't get into any of the details of what we proposed to the Russians over the course of so many weeks now. The president is prepared to make tough decisions if it means the safe return of Americans.
Blinken stated that it will be the first time he has spoken with his Russian counterpart since the war in Ukraine erupted in February. Nearly 800,000 doses of the monkeypox vaccine will soon be available for distribution. That's according to U.S. health regulators. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You aced vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we're back. Back with the inbred redneck. All right, where we leave off there? You had all the answers to the questions, yes. So Nancy Pelosi, Taiwan, maybe more of a business deal than a government trip.
Oh, yeah. You know the way it works with that bunch, buddy. They're all about the money. They don't care anything about what's going on with you. Matter of fact, when times are bad, they like it, you know? So, yeah, that way they think they can sweep in at some time and throw you a $100 check or something like that. And, oh, we saved you. No, you didn't. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right.
Yeah, it's big bunch of malarkey, if you ask me. I mean, all you have to do is read the tea leaves. You know, you can pretty much see what's going on. And, you know, Pelosi's got a lot of people don't know this. Pelosi and her husband run a defense company. So if they're over there stoking it up, they're probably selling a little bit of the defense stuff to the daggone Taiwan people over there.
Yeah, you never know.
You know? So,
yeah.
So I would say it's a combination of both of those things, buddy. And, you know how it goes with them. And they ain't going to be in it unless there's a buck in it for them, you know, so. But, you know, Steve, I'm glad you talked about National Chili Dog Day because, buddy, I've seen a lot of chili dogs scarfed down in my day by Hogzilla.
How many chili dogs could she keep up with? Did she ever get in the Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest up there?
Well, buddy, she wasn't really a fast eater. You know, it was a nibble here, a nibble there. But if you nibble all day, you know, you end up packing on the pound, you know.
I hear you.
But I have seen her scarf down a hot dog in 2 bites, buddy. So. I mean, we can go into other jokes from there, but it's a family show, but
exactly.
But me and Hogzilla always argue, you know, chili dog or chili bun. Now, I don't know if that's a thing up your way or not. But I know over here in eastern Kentucky, if you say chili bun, that means you want a hot dog bun with some chili in it. But if you say chili dog, you get a hot dog with chili on it. So, I don't know. It's sort of messed up. But all I know is I like slaw on my hot dogs. When's National Slaw Dog Day?
I don't know if we have an actual slaw dog day. Maybe we could start that.
You reckon old Gold Star Chili or Starline Chili would come out with a slaw dog up there in Cincinnati? I know it's sort of Eastern Kentucky thing, but you know, I mean, that's a freebie for me, Steve, and you could sell it to them, buddy. Just put the coleslaw on top.
I don't think coleslaw would go too well on Cincinnati-style chili.
Well, it is a bit peculiar.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only chili that you can put it on spaghetti noodles. It's edible. It's weird, isn't it, buddy?
But it's good.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy, I don't know. This rain don't slack up a little bit, buddy. I'm going to start gathering up 2 every animal over here and see what happens from there, buddy. We're getting a little bit of flooding down here this morning.
I was going to ask you, I was said before the break, are you you down in Kentucky or over in West Virginia? Where you at?
I'm in Eastern Kentucky over in Letcher County, buddy.
Okay, yeah. Eastern Kentucky, you've been getting rain all night, and you got a whole bunch more coming your way, brother.
Yeah. I talked to my brother on the phone there. I guess around 3 o'clock this morning. He was saying it was flooding over his house. I don't know, buddy. We'll have to wait and see what goes on. I'm on top of his mountain, though, and daggone, if water gets up here, buddy, it's going to be bad.
Okay, well, get out the pontoon, right? Yeah, if you're rolling along I-75 there down toward London, Kentucky, yeah, I'm zooming in on the radar right now. Heavy rain just to the north of London. I mean, we're talking the kind of rain that almost makes you have to pull it over on the side of the road and give it a break. But it's not like it's going to end anytime soon, because you've got those pockets of heavy rain from London all the way back to Jamestown, to Campbellsville, Kentucky, down all the way over to Morgantown. Yeah. Gary's on board this morning. Hey, what's happening, Gary?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I was down there in all that rain. I went to bed. I'm up here just getting ready to come through the cut.
Yeah, we're looking good here. Just a few clouds out there, but yeah, it's been a quiet night outside the bunkers, so yeah.
Yeah, it's good trucking up here. But hey, if you're going to be down in Georgia next weekend, I'm going to be at Ringgold next weekend, racing Friday and Saturday. There at the state line.
The oddity is she's in Tullahoma. She's back with her aunt now, so this is going to, rather than going back to Chattanooga, it's straight down to Tullahoma and back.
Oh. But yeah, we're going to be there this next weekend. Like I said, Friday and Saturday is right there. You know where it's at, right there alongside the interstate.
Absolutely, yeah.
But we're there, and then I think we might go down to Montgomery the following week. Just not sure yet. They got a big $10,000 pro mod deal down there, and then they got one coming up here in Cincinnati at Edgewater. I think they've got 2 more of them this year, but we're going to try and make one of them.
I think that's only about a 40-minute drive from me from here.
Yeah, that's right out there, right out there off of 275. I forget the exit. Out there where they used to have the golf thing there at them ponds alongside the 275. They're down in the valley.
Yeah, I think that's Pebble Creek, I think.
Yeah, I just know where it's at. Down there along the river, that's all I know.
Yeah.
but they got a real nice facility there. So they sunk a bunch of money in it, put it all concrete. We're wanting to try that, but then again, that makes for a long tow for me coming all the way back up and taking the car all the way back down. So
Yeah. So you're not sure if you're going to do the Edgewater or not?
now we're wanting to. It's just, I think one of them's on a date when we're somewhere else down south.
Okay.
And I'm not sure about the other one, but I know everybody from up in here, that family and stuff, wants me to bring the car up and go up here where they could show up rather than drive all the way down to Tennessee, which I don't blame them. I don't like to drive either, but that's what I do. So, but I just chiming in and letting you know, for sure we're going to be down there. I'm leaving Sunday, but I'm going to paint the rest of the car so it's back to all the way it's supposed to look.
So you could be down there all week. Down there all week, but racing Friday and Saturday though.
Yep, 5th and 6th.
Okay.
But I'll be down there all week. I've worked 4.5 weeks pretty good, so it's time to take a week off, especially to go racing.
There you go. All right. Well, be in touch, Gary.
Right.
Safe travels heading down that way, and we'll chat again. And we'll return into...
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get back to the calls here, see what's going on with... Yes, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call back, Your Honor. Hey, did we ever get Philip's call straightened out there from earlier? That other caller that called in and was kind of rough on Philip.
Philip said, "Hey, bud, it was a pickup truck, not a semi hitting the truck." And Mark was right about the insurance. Tell him, have a nice day and light it up.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but you got some listeners that don't listen to the show very well, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody in specific here, but we've had calls before in the past and that, and before you go jumping down somebody's throat, make sure you got your facts straight, because I was pretty sure that I haven't heard anything since that other caller called in. So, but anyways, I was pretty sure that Philip said that the F-250 got hit by a company pickup truck. So the guy shouldn't have been too worried about the company insurance. More than likely, he shouldn't have had a whole lot of problem with that. And but I know if I get hit by somebody that's doing something stupid, probably the guy was on his phone texting whatever, because Philip said the guy never even looked up from his phone pretty much the whole time after the accident, that I'm not going to be very happy with the person that hit me either. And for the most part, the best thing you can do is actually stay away from the other person, because when it comes to the insurance and lawsuits and all the other crap that goes on with accidents, the last thing you need to do is be involved with the other party. Now, I will kind of wander over and say, are you still alive? Can you breathe and stuff like that? But as far as that goes, even with my knowledge of being an EMT before and, medical knowledge that I have, unless somebody's going to bleed to death or something, you're not going to get a lot of help from me. I'm sorry. But as far as that goes, just try to make sure you got your facts straight. And we always say that about all the stories that come out. The first, especially when we first hear breaking news, is before we start jumping to conclusions, make sure we got our facts straight before we get too far off base and then get everybody else all upset there and everything is all I was going to go for. But anyways, yeah, I'm glad to hear we got it straightened out. But anything else going on here this morning? Did I miss anything else? I did hear something about Hogzilla there and hot dogs and that, and I did hear that Hogzilla can eat an elephant. Do you know how Hogzilla eats an elephant, Your Honor?
One bite at a time.
You got it. You got it. All right, very good there with that. I'll let you look for an intelligent caller to finish the show.
All right, thank you much. All right, happy Thursday again, or Friday Eve. Coming up here in just a few. Stick around with TNCRadio.live after the overnight drive. It's a special episode of the Truckers Network radio show with Shelley Johnson. This morning's episode, Shelley interviews Todd Campbell and Joni Sprouse from 10-4-DC. 10-4-DC, that's a nonprofit that promotes commercial drivers and their concerns. They make an annual trek to Washington, D.C., and they're going to be going that way coming up in September. And they'll be talking about what they're going to be doing, what they're concerned about, what current issues that you as a driver might need to know, and how you can get involved for the trucking community. Then it's Taillights with Larry and Angie Baum, recorded live Wednesday evening. They interview a woman who's not only one of those few women that's a professional driver, but she actually also owns a fleet of her own. Don't want to miss this one. Lots of laughs and some sobering moments on this episode of Taillights with the Bombs. And finally, it's Anderson and Banker, hosts of the only sports talk show directed to truck drivers. From baseball to football and even the best of Paul Harvey. Believe it or not, the hour goes by pretty darn fast. All right, all that coming up here. Again, on TNCRadio.live. And, of course, on the app. Stick around. Following the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. I've been hearing in the news breaks the last couple hours. Yeah, I guess this would be the third set of human remains at Lake Mead. Third such discovery since May as the water levels continue to drop and drop. Rangers received a witness report of human remains at Swim Beach on the Nevada side of the reservoir about 4:30 in the afternoon Monday of this week. Park Service said in a statement, park rangers have since arrived on the scene. They set a perimeter recovering the remains. Medical examiner looking to determine the cause of death. I just heard in that last break, though, that it was partial remains. All right. Of course, several months ago, they were telling us, I say it's a pretty good bet that as the water levels continue to drop, we're going to find more human skeletal remains in here. First body found in a barrel that was likely a murder victim from a gunshot wound back in the mid-'70s or early '80s, back in the mob days, right? Second set of remains was found roughly a week later when two sisters from the Las Vegas suburb of Henderson had been paddleboarding in the Colville Bay area. That was back on May the 7th, and then, of course, the latest, by July the 25th, the day the third set of remains was found. The water level at Lake Mead had dropped by nearly 15 feet. So Lake Mead now at 1,040.8 feet. That was as of Monday. Not clear if the most recent discovery was directly tied to the falling lake levels, but I think it's fair to assume that was probably the case. Right there. Hello to Mr. G, a.k.a. Vic. I agree with the inbred redneck. Eagle was concerned about monkeypox and how it got here. There is some evidence that the smallpox vaccine before 1980 is actually effective against monkeypox. This thing started in the Congo, where many of the metals we need for electric vehicles are actually being mined. Monkeypox vaccine is at a too low level to support any sort of a mass vaccination program unless government subsidies are in the future. This infection is also in rodent populations. Strange as it is, the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Bureau of Land Management is no longer in the loop for what they call zoonotic diseases. All right, we'll close it out there here on a Thursday morning. Look at there. Come back at the midnight hour tonight, and we'll fire up our Friday edition. Getting ready for the weekend edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hope you'll join us live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I